Hello, stream 239. So I've been trying to add two-factor authentication to my game, and I'm going to try to finish it up today. So I, on Friday and over the weekend, did work to get an authenticator to be validated in the game, and that works. So the last step would be to actually include it in the login process. So originally I had thought to make a second step during the login process. So after you enter your username and password, then it would prompt you to enter a one-time password. Then I started thinking, it might be a better idea to just require the one-time password to be appended to the password to be appended to your normal password on login. So that way, it's simpler for the server. There's only a single round trip to authenticate, and it still has the same security because if it's enabled, you would still need it in addition to knowing your password. And there's one banking site I know of that does this already, so there's precedent for it. And I don't know. We'll see how it goes. If people really hate it, we'd have to break it up into two steps. Hey there, A squared. I feel like users will have issues figuring that out. Yeah, and hey there, Nui. I thought about that. I wanted to see how it goes. What I was going to try to do at first is to try this because it's simpler. And in the user interface, when you set up the authenticator, I'll put a big explanation saying um, on how to do it. And if that doesn't work, well, then I'll have to go back to my other plan, right, of having a two-step thing. Yeah. Well, I mean, I could always change my mind if you guys all think it's a bad idea. We'll see. Another way I could do it is we could have it so the user could pick which way they want to enter the OTP. Maybe that's an idea. Perhaps allow second login step. Separate password from OTP if user maybe it's by default even if your user wants. It's just that it's more work for me. And it's potentially less secure because if someone figures out your password, they'll know that it's right when they get to the step where you have to enter the one-time password. Unless I do something tricky, like no matter what password you enter, even if it's wrong, it would still prompt you for the one-time password, but then always fail, something like that. I don't know. I'd like to get more opinions on that. All right, so first thing I wanted to do today was actually require the authenticator if it's validated when you log in. So let me do that. And I hope everybody had a great weekend. Anybody working on anything fun or doing anything fun over the weekend? Let's see. Log in. Let's. Is this what I want? Add it near here. Yeah. Let's add it near the bottom, I guess. Token does not create. Okay, there are a few tests I want actually. Hey there, playing with Skizzers. How are you doing? All right. Let's change this to be login correct. Let's say login success with 2FA. And I'll change the body in a little bit. Actually, let's change the body now, and then because the other tests will be similar to this one. Hey there, Proto Poly. I'm okay playing with Skizzers. Hope you had an awesome weekend. Hey there, Raz. Oh, okay, how do I want to do this? Actually, why did I do it this way? Oh, in the command I don't put the password. Right, that's important. But I just need to add something to the command, right? Really cold for whatever reason. Oh my goodness. Worked all weekend. I hope you're working on something fun. Just began designing a fraud detection module. Well, so am I, sort of. The fraud of logging in when it's not your account is what I'm doing today. But I take it it's financial fraud detection module for you, right? Okay. Worked in shipping and receiving. Okay. Or let's see. What am I trying to do here? This is a strange way for me to have it set up the test, to have it actually execute. Right, it's executing a command to create a player. I don't know why I did it this way. I mean, I guess I could include the authenticator in here. Hello. And record that's valid too. I guess. Oh, look at that. Look at that up there. I still love that overlay. Thank you for the sub, Morpheus Zero. 2 whole months. Yeetness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your day job is shipping and receiving, so I hope you have made progress in your you're still working on the what's the best description for it? Open world exploration game, Protopoly, with the voxel system that you've streamed a few times. I hope you're still working on that and having fun. No for that definition, A squared? Okay. Okay, I think what I wanted to do was introduce another field here, and I don't care about this stuff. Why do I even have this in there? This doesn't need to be here. Procedural open world sci-fi survival game. Got it. Lee's live. Hello. How are you doing? Mondays are meeting days for you, sir. Lurking while you can. In and out of calls all day. Oh, hopefully it goes well. There's this extra crud in this test. I don't know. I don't think I need it. Wait, do I need login time? I don't really care. Do I? The fact that a player is logged in or not is just these first 2 lines. I don't think I care about this other stuff. Let's just empty it out and delete this stuff. Right. Taking a break from Twitch, so you say hello to me? Well, thank you very much. Hello to you back. Streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Cool. All right, let me try to focus here. I want to add another. What I'm thinking of doing is, for this case where the OTP is appended to the password, before computing the hash, I'll strip the last 6 digits off and then interpret it as an OTP. So here I would want to compute it. And I have other tests that compute it, like this one. We'll just copy from there. And actually I can just reuse this, can't I? Oh no, I moved it. So I should construct it up here. Const auto authenticator secret. And just make sure it's there and there. Okay, so that, if I add that to the command, then this should be correct. And then let me have a failure case. So the failure case, login failure with 2FA bad OTP or something like that, right? And then so it's exactly the same construction, only let's just add 1 to make it incorrect. And we'll expect, is it just 0? I don't care about this. Let me look at the other failure cases. Yeah, it's 0. Okay. And do I need anything else? Don't think I do. I just need to introduce this OTP in there. So that's a change to the login command. So the command's tests for login will need to be modified. Let's just go to login, create. Here we go. Why did I define all these constants here and then only use them once? Oh, because I used them twice. Okay. Constant OTP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And expect it back out. Then in code, okay, it's similar. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I should probably have a case where we're encoding it and there isn't one. Or does it matter? We just always include it. Yeah, that's fine. You'll work on UIX? You mean user interface experience? You only got into streaming because of me? Well, I'm honored. I hope you've been learning a lot about streaming. I think I don't know if you're like me, but I learn by doing best, so I've learned a ton just by just doing it. Hey there, it's Toulouse. Look at that. 2 months. Is that Adam Boat? Well, thank you for your support, Toulouse. One of my most valued viewers. I'm honored. Thank you for your support. Okay, I need to add the OTP here. And let's initialize it to 0. Okay. If a one-time password was included in the login, it is stored here. Maybe a poor way to put it, but that's okay. Valued viewer? Yes, you are. You have helped me a lot, catching a lot of little bugs, and some big ones, I'm sure, and have subsequently earned a lot of points in the stream. Oh, that reminds me. I never did turn on my bot, did I? Never turned it on. Let's turn it on. Enable. There we go. I'll leave that window up, actually. The bot will turn on within 10 seconds, unless the token is old. There it goes. And make sure, did I put the today thing in there? I don't know if I did. Yeah, I forgot to put the link for today in there. That's here, goes on today. Zoop. There we go. Fixed. Hey there, Backcraft. How are you doing? I should say hello to Toulouse also. All right. Let me make sure that commands test still works. So that's interesting. How come it's not showing the test? It's like not on the list anymore. There it is. Okay, commands tests. Log in, create. Okay, I didn't implement it yet, so that makes sense. So let's go implement it. Commands, login. OTP is an integer. OTP there. Got no internet, so using mobile, so expect delays. Oh, no problem. I know how that goes. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm running them all again. Why not? Because they're really fast. What? Oh, I got the wrong thing here. Yeah, there we go. I'm doing okay, Backcraft. I hope you're doing all right too. I'm just integrating authenticator stuff into my game. Hopefully finishing this up. I know it's been taking a while. Why is this broken? It's not set. Oh, I never assigned it. That would make sense. So making a lot of little mistakes, but then my unit tests are catching them. So many meetings on Mondays? You too, huh? It's been a year since I worked at a company other than my own, so I'm starting to forget when we used to have meetings. Did we have Monday meetings? I don't know. I don't miss meetings. That's for sure. I guess I miss the people I used to work with, but I don't miss meetings. All right, so the tests I made for the executor will not work anymore. Ooh, yeah, you have things build up, so you're like 2 days behind. Hey there, lazy guru. I recognize you. How are you? Let's see. Yeah, integrating two-stage authentication. So it's taken me a few days to do this. So I first prototyped it. When was that? Last Wednesday. Thursday started implementing it. So I had to do base 32 since I didn't have that, and then it took me a while. So Thursday and Friday basically implemented setting up the authenticator and validating it, and then today is just requiring it on login. So I'll show you what it looks like. In fact, I should have started this up already. I want to get a incognito window here and do localhost chickens, and here I will do it without the OTP, but soon I will need to change that. So I cleaned this up a little bit over the weekend, but essentially let's show with the network connection as well. So you hit first enable authenticator. It generates a secret and shows you with the QR code. So I did this last Wednesday, and then on Thursday I had to actually generate the real key. It's also in the QR code. So you guys, if you wanted to play along at home, you could scan this in and get basically get this into your authenticator if you want. And I have a cheat here right now. So you can get a code, so it also doubles as the authenticator itself. So this should be the same code that you get if you were to put this into your authenticator, and it's a rolling code every 30 seconds. So anyway, it's not enabled until you validate it, basically to confirm that your authenticator is working correctly. So you would enter the code the first time, and then you get success that the one-time password was correct, and then now your second factor is set up. And then if you want to at any time, you can disable that, and that basically turns it off again. So it goes back to none. So what I'm working on today is I wanted to get this so that when it's validated like this, that when we logging in with a token doesn't affect it, but log in without a token, like this, should not let me log in because I didn't use my authenticator. So I need to change this so that not only do you need to have your password, but you need to run your authenticator and get the current one-time password. Wouldn't recommend keeping that get a code. Yeah, of course. Yeah, because if someone happened to get into your account, you don't want them to clone your authenticator, right? The worst you want them to do is maybe turn it off. I don't know. Actually, you have bigger problems if they can get in anyway. That doesn't verify the user setup. No, it doesn't. It's just for me to test. Otherwise, I gotta like fiddle with the real authenticator here on my phone. But I'm gonna be doing that in a minute because I'm gonna be turning off that. Actually, no. I can do this. I can take this hack out last. That's what I can do. But I need to disable it now because actually I do need to put it into my authenticator. Why don't I just do that now? So I will enable this and then put it into my Authy. And this is all test environment, so I don't mind if you guys wanted to get it too. You wouldn't be able to get to my local machine anyway. I'm scanning my QR code in. Done. Right. So now I can do it without even entering the, not even hitting the get code. Validate. It's valid. Okay. Interestingly enough, Authy doesn't show the counter until you go to another account and then back. Yeah, I use Authy. Yeah. Yeah, so Authy supports Google, what is it? The TOTP standard, which is the what I implemented, RFC 6238. And that's basically Google Authenticator. So Authy supports that. They call it a Google Authenticator, but it's an open standard. All right, so I am going to keep working on this. Right, so I need to get this test working. That's the only test that broke, right? The login with token. Right, okay. I don't think there's actually much work to do. I just need to look at the player's record and see if it's enabled. We need to actually there's two things. We need to verify the OTP and also we need to fill it in the coordinator section. Let me do this part first. So this will be log in. I'll log in. So you can still log in with a token. You don't need your authenticator for that. So it's this part here. So the hash has to match, and also if player dot auth second factor validated, and we should do we have to do two things, right? If the OTP is bad, it's a bad password. If it's good, we need to write that it's been used. Okay, let me put a bookmark here because we did this before in on submit OTP, right? It was actually this code. I should probably just take this code and put it into a function. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Using Steam authentication, so you don't have those things. Steam authentication is similar, right? They give you a code. Oh wait a minute, no, it's not similar. They actually send you a code through the email or SMS, right? Which is not as theoretically not as secure as TOTP because someone could have access to your email or clone your what is it called? Basically, snoop on your SMS messages. Oh, it does? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, let me put this in to another function. I guess we'll put it in the anonymous namespace, right? Wow, okay. Let me collapse these things. Collapse. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, this would be as good a spot as any. SMS is not very secure, no. Just look up a couple quick Google searches will show you that it's not really that good. It's like a fairly weak form of second factor authentication because it's not that hard for someone to clone your I forget what it is. Clone your phone's serial number or whatever it is, so they get a copy of all your SMS messages. Let's see. I'm gonna call it bool, and we're gonna call it what is it? Validate one-time password. We'll figure out what parameters I need in a second. If we get down to here, we'll return false. And here we will return true. And this part goes back to where it was. SIM card? It's what's on the SIM card, right? Okay. Let's get the time step as a parameter. Only I can't use that name. Time step. How about current time step? And we need to know the. We need to have access to the player, right? So realm server player record player, and that can be const. And OTP. Submitted OTP is command OTP. And then for this we could use player.id. And that's current time step down there. And I need game state, or just players, right? Players. IMEI sounds like it. That sounds similar. I mean, that sounds familiar. Yeah, might be that. Yeah. Well, it's all in a level security strength levels, right? So just like a weak versus strong password, you're right. A hardware token that uses crypto is on the higher end of the of levels of strength and security, right? And I want to support those too, like the YubiKey and the Trezor devices eventually. But having a software token is better than nothing. Or not that everyone would have to, but having that option that if people want to use it, it's better than nothing. Right. So this handles the windowing and the consuming of a one-time password, so it can only be used once. And checking that if it's been consumed, you can't use it again. Right. So let's comment this, and then we'll use it in the two places I need it. So how am I going to describe this? Apply the given one-time password for the given player, determining whether or not the password is still valid. If it is valid, it is marked as no longer valid. You know, one-time password and all, right? Players. This is the database of players. And that is modified. Player. This is the record of the player for whom to whom to apply the one-time password. Submitted OTP. This is the one-time password submitted by the player, or submitted by the actor attempting to authenticate as the player. Actually, it could be the player, because we're using it for both authentication and verification of the authenticator. Want to add features that allow Twitch viewers to vote on game events. Do you like the idea? Yeah, sure. There are a lot of streamers out there already using extensions or bots that do that. So there's probably already bots or extensions out there you could use right off the bat, or use as a base and modify for your liking. Or, I mean, for me, it was a fun project to just make one myself. It's not that hard, because you just use like a small subset of the IRC protocol. You have a Unity add-on that adds Twitch. Oh, cool. Nice. There you go. You already have something you can build off of. This is the, what are we calling it? The TOTP time step for, well, this is the current. I don't want to use the words to describe. I don't want the words. I don't want the word to be self-defining. This is the value to use in the TOTP algorithm for the what is it called? Let's call it the OTP algorithm for the counter appended to the authenticator's secret token used to generate unique OTP values. All right, and then return an indication of whether or not the given OTP was valid is returned. So it's valid, it's invalid if it was incorrect to begin with, and it's also invalid if it's already been used. So those are these two continues. The reason they're continues and not falses is that we need to search the whole window. The window size is 1 right now, so it's the current code and the previous and the next code, just to handle clock drift, because this time step is computed separately, once on the server and once in your authenticator, and if they're not quite lined up, they could be off by 1. All right, so I'm gonna use that down in on submit OTP right here. So we'll return early if not. So this is game state players, and then player. Submitted OTP is command OTP, and then current time step is command time step. And the returning bad OTP goes there. This should be the reference, right? Yep. Okay, and then the rest of it is the body of code that was in here. And we're actually not doing that, are we? Should do something. If they do the command, if the command gets in there and they're not even logged in. Just return null pointer. Okay. So I get to repeat this process on login. Down here. If not that, I suppose I could combine that too, right? Actually, should I just combine all of these? I probably should. And this is an OR that. Oh, we need to include the time step with the OTP. I forgot about that. Okay, we'll have to do that. So back to command tests. Right. Time step. 42. Time step. Okay, and then again time step down here. Time up in here too. Time step. Okay, and then I'll just shortcut back to here and add it. I stored this also in submit OTP, so I should just... I should change this while I'm at it. This is the one-time password submitted by the player. Well, actually, I can leave this the way it is. I'll put that there. This is the value used in the TOTP algorithm to generate the one-time password. Okay, and then include it here. Timey step. Okay. Something tells me I'm going to get a compiler warning about that conversion there. Nope. So we're good. Let's run these again. Command tests. Show me. Run them, please. Cool. And then back to executor. Actually, that should work now, right? Executor tests. Cool. Run them all. Nope, I have a failure. The success one failed. Oh, probably because I didn't set the time step? Hmm. I mean, yeah, well... That's the time, that's the base. So it's basically, the time step is going to be 1. But as the default 0 should have worked. Huh. I need to take a quick break, though. I'll be back in like a minute. So school for my kids starts tomorrow. And as I told them today, this is the last day when you can be bored. They're like, grown. Okay, let's see what I did wrong. And okay, let me clean this up a little bit. Hash is poggers. I don't like the fact that I copied this in 2 places. There we go. Heard that the summer school break is much shorter than it is in Europe. Well, it was It depends on the school district and the type of school. So my kids basically had like 2.5 months off. Hey there, multiple pixels. And I should say hello to Void Comp Phil. How are you doing? All right, this test is failing, and I'm not sure why, because I thought I did it correctly. So let's, I guess, see if it gets to here, and then put a breakpoint on there and debug that. Okay, so what is the submitted OTP? 945916. Current time step is 0. So it's, oh, this thing again. Yeah, it we can never run this in the year 1970 because it will underflow when the window will underflow. All right, I need to set the time. So that is where do I do that? I guess I can do it here. Mock timekeeper. Current. Actually, wait a minute. Why do I actually have a mock timekeeper? The executor doesn't track time. Oh, it does. When did I add that? Oh, it's just for snapshot timing. Interesting. I didn't know I'd added that. Anyway, it's not that we said that I have to set it in the command. Yeah, login time step is 1. There we go. Run. Okay, that was it. Can't run this. This code will not work in 1970. Good thing that we don't have a time machine and need this code to run on some computer that has traveled back in time. All right. So actually everything passed. Oh yeah, there was one more thing, is to fill in this OTP and time step in the first place. That's the job of the coordinator. Yes, so it's one of the tests that actually fills in the login command. Do I have something that tests that? This one. Start login using, alright, so there's a start login with password token. Okay, so let me just copy this one. Start login with password and OTP. So I need to add a test user, and then I have to basically set their second factor up. So test user ID, hello. Validate. Set it up and validate it so that when they connect and log in, the password should be that plus some kind of OTP as string. Actually, I'm just going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because we should get the correct hash back out here and expect 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the login command OTP. And I should also set the time, right? So mock, actually we already set it up here. I want to set it based off of the game constant that I don't have yet. So let me pull in game constants with this the time base and time step size. Time base plus step size times time step. And these have to have realm server in front. Let's make it easier to read by putting them on separate lines. Const, what is it? Unit 64T time step equals 42. And so I can expect it back out. or login command time step. There we go. So this will fail because of the time, nothing will get set and then the hash won't match anymore. So here's where I need to modify the coordinators part of this whole process. Coordinator auth. So that's a login make command. Login make command. So if there's no token, we compute the hash. But first, we need to see if player dot if they have a validated token, then I need to modify the password. Let me make sure password's not a const, right? Because we're going to now pull off the last six digits. What if they type something less than 6 digits long? And actually, it's not just 6. It's whatever I have the constant set to. Game constants. This num digits. I guess we'll just pull it off as a sub. So const auto OTP as string is password dot substring. What happens if I pull more digits than there are? I need to look that up. But first, it will be the minimum of password length and the number of digits, right? So that it doesn't go, well, this should be length minus that. And then the number of digits. You don't want it to underflow, so the minimum, if the length is less than the digits, it will only grab, it'll grab not the correct number of digits, which is fine. And then we want password equals password.substring 0 to length minus OTP string length. Right, and then I need to parse this OTP as a string, so where are we going to store it again? Oh, we don't make it until here. So what should I do? Declare it up here. OTP, and actually I got that wrong. That's time step. Int OTP. Okay. I think what I want to do is just avoid scanf, right? The buffer is OTP as string, C string. The format is %d OTP. And then time step is the current time. So we get the current time by going to the implementation timekeeper, get current time, subtract the base, and then divide by, this is a double, right? So I can just truncate that immediately. Subtract the base and divide by the step size. All right, and then, okay, and then just fill it down here. OTP is OTP. Login. Time step is time step. There we go. Hey there, Cthulhu. Trying to wrap up the 2FA today. All right, let's see if that works. Nope. The OTP didn't get parsed correctly. All right, let's see what's going on here. Debug. Okay, is it validated? True. OTP is a string is, oh, it went too many characters. Oh, because I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should have included a 6, right? 6. There we go. All right. Try again. Nope. Oh, because they don't have the correct number down here. But it would have worked. Cool. Let's run all of the tests in the executor. And, well, let's just run the whole thing, the whole server set of tests. While we're doing that, let me restart the server, the test server, to try it out. So now it should not let me log in with just my password alone. It should say that it's bad, unless I append the one-time password to it. Waiting for it to start up. It says it's up and running, but really, it's not until it catches up to the cluster that lets you log in. So log out. So if I just do chickens, bad password, right? Chickens, and then I need to do the one-time password, 806154. Yay! Cool. And actually, while I'm at it, let me make sure I can't use the same code twice. 806154. Cool. 982185. And let me try again. 9822185. Basically, I want to make sure the same one-time password can't be used twice. I gotta wait 9 seconds for it to rotate again before I can try again. Before the authenticator will tell me what the next code is. And it is 6714249. Nice. All right. Cool. Hey there, Clayman. I'm doing very well. I just got the authenticator stuff done. So I think I can... Oh, I gave you a point. I meant to say hi. Sorry. I meant to wave, not give you a point. Sorry. I wonder, whenever I make that accident, maybe I should just let it stand. I should just let people have the point when I give it by accident. I can remove this now, right? Let's do that. Oh, actually, let's check in what I have. Since I have extra time, I guess I could implement it the other way too. And then let it be up to the user what they want. Let me take that back. Yeah, not unless you're a game mod. Will that work? Okay, let's see. I want to say what? Require when authenticator. Well, let's make this a longer sentence. When a player has a validated authenticator enabled, require an OTP to be appended to their password when they log in. So require authenticator when enabled and validated. We'll make login require, and let's shorten this to be when validated. Cool. All right, and then I'm going to remove the get code thing. I don't think I need that anymore. So get code does what? That's different. This one, on get OTP. So, this just reduces down to parentheses, right? Actually, we're not showing this at all. So code doesn't exist anymore. Get OTP and OTP from server don't exist anymore. Get OTP and OTP from... So, I need to go into the session reducer and remove OTP. And then, we're getting rid of get OTP, right? And then there's also reflect OTP. So we're getting rid of this. And then reflect OTP. And OTP is removed from this shape right here. And then reflect OTP. So this one gets removed. Okay, so on the server side, I need to get rid of OTP and get OTP. So no more get OTP. And that means that's in auth. So this will be a get OTP check, right? So we're getting rid of all these. And that also got rid of the OTP. And, all right, okay. So that should not match anything anymore. Cool. So now you can't cheat and use the game as your own authenticator, which would defeat the purpose of validation in the first place, right? Okay. I never checked to see if all the unit tests pass. They all do except for this one, which I know is failing because that's unrelated to what I'm doing today. That's the fog of war stuff I haven't finished yet. Let's run them all. In the meantime, restart. So I have two things I sort of want to do now. I want to clean up the user interface for authenticator configuration. And I also want to enable that second step of login if people want it. How's the game coming along? What's the best way of saying that? Just to show it, I guess? So, I haven't worked on game content for a week and a half, or almost 2 weeks now, because I had to take a week off of Twitch to deal with family stuff. And then this week the last week and today I've been working on the authentication stuff. But so before that, the last thing I had done was in the game logic, I set it up so that, oh, that's interesting. That guy just disappeared. What's going on there? Anyway, the different monsters have different areas that they're kind of forced to stay contained within. It's like these slimes only hang out in this area, and then over here in this little area, these orcs hang around here. And a couple of them can get down in here and get trapped, but that's okay. Oh, there's Clayman. And then these two ogres here are kind of confined there. I'm guessing you're not being attacked because you're dead, right? Let's see. Oh, no, you just weren't close enough to aggro them. Now they're attacking you. Yeah, so I had, these guys stay in their areas, and also there's a maximum aggro range, so that's it right there. When they get to there, they decide they've gone too far and they return home. Yep, that's the mercy, is that if you hang out here, you're relatively safe because the slimes can't get all the way to you and the orcs can't get to you here. So this is like the safest area of this map. So yeah, they get to here and they're like, oh, that's too far, we need to go back. You know what, I noticed that they stepped on each other there. I think that's a race condition in the game. So yeah, this is the last game content that I had done, was the game systems to make... Oh, they killed you. To make the monsters stay in their areas and also have them pursue players that when they get close enough. All right. They killed you. You can respawn for free in town if you had if you visit in the starter town this little well here, it sets a respawn point where you can respawn without penalty. But you can also hit respawn and you'll just jump down to here and you'll lose some of your money. Yeah, it's sort of dangerous to hang out in this cave with these orcs here, unless you have a weapon. What do you have? 8933. You have a sword. You could use the sword. But yeah, I haven't gone back to the actual game dev since. Okay, let's get this to work. Oh, my code is about to rotate. 533966. All right. Yeah, so that code isn't in there anymore. Yeah, if I disable it, is my auth gonna get a fit if I try to re-add it? Actually, how does this work? If I enable it and then I scan it again, is it gonna say the token's different? Let's see. Oh, thank you for that follow, by the way. Yeah, I just added a duplicate. I guess I'll validate the dupe. Validate. Validated. All right. One thing that's annoying, I think, about Authy is I can't force deleting of an account. It says it'll do it in 48 hours. Okay, fine, right? I am. How do I know which one's which? I guess I would just take this one that is still in my phone and try it again. So log out, try to log in again. Hopefully I deleted the wrong one, the correct one, and I did. Okay, good. All right. Done with that. Just occurred to me there is one more thing I gotta do, right? I gotta disable the authenticator when the password is reset. Otherwise, when people lose their authenticator, they can't get back in, even by resetting their password. And I should do that, and I should clean up the UI, yeah. Okay. Hey there, Romania Hate. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. In most apps, you have to manually pull that out of the QR code. Yeah, well, I read that somewhere. You should do that. You should both show the QR code and the code itself for you to type in. Okay, let me do this work. Disable when password is reset. So I think I can do that by just modifying an existing unit test in the executor. It's one of these. Not login. Is it set password? That's the setting the reset token. It's one of these. I don't know, I'm not seeing it. I guess I'll have to search for it. Set password. Okay, here we go. Reset password correct token. I'm just going to modify this test. So we'll initially have their authenticator set. Hello. And auth validated is true. And then they'll just reset using their password reset token. And we'll expect that their authenticator is off now. So expect false. Players get Alice. The authenticator validated. Might as well also expect equal to empty string that that basically the secret's been removed too. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. Twitch phone app crash on you? I'm sorry. I didn't do it. I swear. Cool. So we need to clear the secret and basically turn off the authenticator if you reset your password. And that's all in the executor's ball court. And the ball is squarely in the executor's court. So set password, right? So it's this state here. Right, so it's right here. Game state players. I think the way I did this is just set it to empty string. So it's a one-line change. It happened when you opened my stream, but I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Okay, cool. Ignore authenticator validation if it's already validated. So that's in the submit OTP, right? On submit, do I need to do anything here? I mean, if they call this a second time and they give a correct code, the only downside is they'll use up a one-time password. Oh, that reminded me of something. I wanted to also add a backup code generation. So you could generate backup codes and store them safely. Is tail -f dev null consuming any CPU? I don't think so, because what tail-f does, I think, is it just blocks on the OS file handle and won't wake up unless there is, how does that work? Unless there's data to be read from the file, and I think the one thing about dev null is it's never ready to be read, right? Or wait a minute, I might be remembering that wrong. Is dev null just simply never ready to read, or is it always readable but you just get zeros out? If it's the former, then it won't consume any CPU. If it's the latter, it'll consume all of your CPU. I just don't remember. What does dev null return? It's never ready to read? Oh, right, 'cause there's another file device called zero, right? Dev zero? Like ZER0? ZERO, whatever. That one would consume all your CPU, I think. Yeah, so it probably doesn't consume any CPU because it just sits there, never ready to read it. Okay. I think I should just check these in as I do them. I forgot to check in removing get OTP. That's this, not that, or that. Yeah. Okay, remove backdoor get OTP command and OTP response. Okay. Automatically disable authenticator when password is reset. I should test that, shouldn't I? First, let me make sure I didn't do something stupid and put a real email address in my profile. No, I just have bob@example.com. So I could test this. So right now it's enabled. Let's say I lose my authenticator, right? So I'm like, oh crap, I can't get back in, right? Let's do the password reset thing. And I need to restart the server, don't I? For this to work. That says for dev null and dev zero that there's zero in size, but dev zero actually reads zero. So that makes sense. So don't try to tail-f of dev zero because it will just it'll peg your CPU, I think. But dev null is fine to read. You'll just never get anything. Example.com can't be a valid place It's reserved by the IETF, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's a real place, but it's reserved, so you know, the example goes back to the IANA. It's a reserved domain. It's one of the only safe ones. What is this? Or are these other test domains? Okay. Policy. See, I don't know these. I don't know all this stuff. But it's very well documented if you wanted to know more. Yeah, so I have it set up to locally redirect to a local mail server. So, in fact, let me show you that. I have it set up here with my Thunderbird. And I've been having it send me the daily reports every day. Well, every day that I've been streaming, it's been collecting these reports, right? I don't really need them, so let's delete them. Okay, so server's up, right? So I should be able to say bob@example.com and then reset password, right? And then I should get an email for Bob. There we go. There's my password reset. So let me copy the link location and paste it here. So my player name and chickens. Cool. Didn't I at one point say I wanted to have that show the, like, enter the password twice? I forgot to do that, right? I should do that. Anyway, the authenticator will be disabled now, which is exactly what I wanted. So I might as well just remove it from my Authy now, since it's gone forever, ever and ever. Delete. All right. Well, let's enable it again. We'll finish off with, or not finish off, what am I saying? I'll just re-enable it. And then my code is 319164. Cool. Let's check that in. Or did I already check it in? I did. I checked it in before I tested it. Shame on me. Clean up. Okay, so we're just cleaning up the UI now. Oh no, I want to do the backup code generation. Yeah. Let's do the front end work there. I don't know if this is the right thing to do. What I'm thinking about doing is you'll have a button here like generate backup codes, and every time you press it, it'll just drop any backup codes you used to have and just generate a whole slew of new ones. And at any point, you could use that backup code in place of the OTP value. But you'd still need to know your password. Actually, do backup codes take the place of your password and your OTP? Yeah. Well, anyway, I have it set up in the test environment to route to my local host's mail server, and example.com it captures locally. It doesn't have an SPF record. So do backup codes take the place of a password? This is my question for the internet. Well, actually, let's see what Google account says. Okay, it replaces your authenticator, but does it replace your password? Yeah, you need to know your password. Okay. They have a more options, and then they let you enter a backup code separately. I wonder if I should do the same thing. For Google, you still type your username and password in the authenticator. Yeah, okay. I guess that's what I'll do too. What's the easiest way to do this? I guess make it an optional thing in the front end. So, thank you for that follow. Go to the front end. This is in a dialog, right? So it's not a panel or activity, it's a dialog, login dialog. How do I want it to look? Maybe do the same thing Google does, have more options be something you can click here. Are the backup codes longer than the normal auth tokens? Google uses 10-digit ones, so I think I'll probably do the same thing. Yeah, one-time pad. Yes. That's the idea, is that if someone loses their authenticator, you're giving them just a backup method of getting in, like up to N number of times. And then what they do is they get in and they just disable their authenticator and enable a new one. It's just another way. All right, like I'm already disabling the authenticator automatically if you reset your password. That's another way. So it's just yet another way to do it. One that doesn't require an email, basically. So you don't need an email to register an email account with my game as long, but still have backup codes as a means of if you forget your authenticator. The second modal window, it asks for username first and then submit and ask for OTP. Yeah, that's what I was thinking people probably want me to do. It's just that it's just a little bit more work to have a second login step. So I was sort of cheating and basically having the password be your password plus the OTP. I need to update the UI to say that somewhere. I want to do the backup code generation first, then clean it up and then allow that. I think that's the order in which I want to do things. What if I add another div, right? More options. Show more options. On toggle. Show more options. Also, you know what I could do? We could well, no, I shouldn't be thinking out loud. One thing at a time, okay? This would be const state on toggle that. Use state false. Don't I need to do it this way? No, I don't. Let's just see if that works. Oh, it didn't align it to the right because I didn't have this empty span hack. It's hacks because it's a two-column thing. Okay, it didn't toggle it. Oh, right, because it shouldn't be on toggle, it should be set. So we should have this be just another function we can call, and this should be set. Set not show more. There we go. Need to make this function. Cool. Yep, that's right, Romani. I hate. Give you a point for that. You deserve a point. All right. Now, if more options is shown, we'll show more. Where to show them? Maybe I should pull that out, and then I don't need the span, actually. It'll just be left aligned now. More options. More options equals show more options. Stuff. Otherwise, null. What will the more options be? It would just be a button or something, right? Wait, what am I doing here? Why am I updating the login screen? Oh, to enter to use a backup OTP. Yes. Okay. So it would be an input box and a label, right? So I should make this a fragment, or would it just be a div? You played a little with Golang. It's pretty neat. That's cool. I guess this would actually be a form, wouldn't it? Well, we can have a form. Yeah, we can make it a form. Oh, wait a minute. A form inside a form is probably not a good idea. Yeah, okay, this is not a form. It's a div, which will have a label and an input box, right? And this is backup OTP. Backup, what does Google call it? Sign in backup code. Okay, 8-digit backup code. Is it 8? I thought it was 10. Anyway, it's some number of digits. I'm just gonna say backup sign in or backup login code. Set backup OTP is use state empty string. I need some space in there, don't I? Can I just use that? Okay. And then I want that to be submitted as an optional thing. So the onsubmit is here. So let's form the act. What is this exactly? Params? Action. Why did I have it go to an object straight away? Args. Anyway, just call it args, I guess. Var args, or let args equal that. And then if backup OTP length is greater than 0, I guess. Const args? But I'm modifying them to add something to it, right? Like the presence or lack thereof of that will indicate if we're using it or not. Oh, it can be? Actually, I think you're right. You are correct. Okay, so that will transmit that backup. Let's make sure that that works. So, show more options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it didn't. I didn't translate it. That is done in middleware. Game authentication, I think. Where is it? Log in start. Yes. Log in start. All right, we have to first connect to the server, and then we do login authenticate. Login authenticate. Right, so I guess we'll add in here backup OTP. All right, no, I can get the action itself, right? Random tidbit. You found out that Ultima 4 got ported to the Sega Master System back in the day. I remember playing it on the Sega Master System. Maybe it was at my cousin's house or something. I remember playing it a little bit. The Sega version was much more faithful. Yeah, I remember it was different. You destructured the action so you can't use it. Aw, I can't use it. I can do a backup OTP and see if it's null though, right? Use either a token or if there's a password, then here it would be, right? If backup OTP is not equal to null, that'll also be false if it's undefined. Message.backup OTP is backup OTP. You can just action as param and then do it. Yeah, I could do that. I think this works too, right? You can just, if it wasn't in there, it'll end up being undefined or null or something. Probably undefined. Chickens. More options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Login. So there it's present, but let me not include it. I should probably clear the login backup code also, shouldn't I? Wait, what? What? I made it required by accident. Probably copy paste, right? Let's find it. Yeah, required. Yeah, and then submit should clear it. Right, set backup OTP empty. Anyway. That should not include it. And then it doesn't matter what I type in here. This will include it. Okay, good. Good, good, good. That's the front end work. Now the back end work would be to put that into the command. And then the player has to have a list of backup one-time passwords. Okay, so there's a bunch of things I gotta do. Default's undefined if you don't push it? Yeah. Oh, you meant to say the Apple IIe version, so there was no Sega version? I mean wait a minute, the DOS version, right? Yeah, because it was originally a DOS game. I mean, it was originally an Apple II game, right? Was there a DOS version of Ultima? I thought there was. They made one too for that, right? It's been ported and backported a bunch of times. There was both a Sega and a Nintendo port. Yeah. Okay. Should I go ahead and do the other front end change as well? 941932. So the other front end change should be here. Actually, I should have done the remember me so I don't have to keep hitting that code. Actually, this is not going to work because I just used that token. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll do this. I'll do this work here too. So that's Where is that? Settings panel. Right, so either disable, regenerate, or enable. So next to this, I guess, would be backup codes, right? Const backup OTPs. It should be a button. No, this should be optional. We should always have the button there. So this would be if we have them. So let's have a list there. Or display. If we have them, then show them, otherwise null. Backup OTPs, display right here. And then we'll have the button right here. On generate backup OTPs. Generate backup codes. Whoops. Dispatch some action. Generate backup OTPs. All right, and then that should go to where? Authentication, I guess. Just gonna end up sending a message to the game of the same, right? And then on the way back, reflect backup OTPs, right? Actually, that can just be caught by a reducer. I don't need any middleware for that. Oh, wait a minute, no, I do. Let's do the middleware first. That's game connection. No, server messages. Right here. Backup OTPs. Reflect backup OTPs. And then that goes to this reducer. Hey there, CM Griffing. How are you doing today? Checked out any of the new features in Stream Parrot yet? I haven't noticed anything new today, but I like the scrolling effect. I haven't tried customizing it yet. Been kind of busy. Yeah, I'm good, but I'm kind of busy. I think I've signed up for too much stuff. So I do my work, and then like I tell people, hey, I'll join them for a game or whatnot, and then I have my WoW raid, and then before I know it, it's like midnight, and I gotta go to sleep. Wake up the next morning and then repeat. So I will, yeah, I want to look at the stuff you've added in Stream Parrot, but I haven't. Yeah, I'll have to try to set up some time to do that later today. Do you know how it goes, Mr. CM Griffing? Where you like, you mean to do something, but you just don't have enough time in the day? Or is this something that you experience? Exactly, yeah. It's like I have time to do 10 things, and I'm like, oh, here are these 15 things I want to do today. Well, you know what that means? 5 of them won't get done. If I put it in my notebook, then I'll have a higher chance of looking at it. So let's say check out what's new with Stream Parrot. While I'm at it, I will give you a shout out and say that this lovely overlay right here is developed by Mr. CM Griffing. And you should check out his stream if you haven't seen it. And he's either working on that overlay or on the settings control panel for it, or marketing and whatnot. And I love it. It's a good replacement for what I was using before. All right, yeah, I was going to do the reducer next, right? Does he exist in a realm beyond time, going by his streaming schedule? He definitely has a different schedule from me. I miss a lot of your streams, CM Gripping, because I'm asleep. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. How are you doing? It's good to see your stream as well. I'll give you a shout out as well. So, Mr. Muffles is developing a game in Unity you should check out. I like to call it a Metroidvania style game, or you can also think of it as a what are we calling it? A roguelike hack and slash. It always reminds me of Ghouls and Ghosts. That kind of a game. All right. The reducer I want to put this in is the session, I think, right? And we'll just have part of our shape here. Backup OTPs and make it a list. And then pull it back into the settings panel, right? State session backup OTPs, and then I'll use that as a prop to display it down here. So it's always an array, so I should have like, if the length, can I do this? Yeah. If it's not empty. Then show, what do I want to show exactly? Sort of, I think I want to do a div with a label up top, backup login login codes, and then have a div with a special class, backup OTPs. What other classes am I using in this thing? Am I? Well, I should have. QR code. I should probably prefix that, right? I should have this like settings panel QR code. And then I should have like settings panel backup OTPs. I wanted to make that like see if I can do this off of memory. Display flex direction row, and then flex wrap. I forget. That's as much as I can remember. Time is an illusion. Stream time, doubly so. Yes, that is true. Ah, yeah. Oh, so I just set a width and then it automatically wraps? I just do the same thing. Flex wrap. Okay, fine. And then we'll use that class here. Where exactly? Here. And then this one will be, we'll have to do a map, right? So backup OTPs, map backup OTP. So the OTP could itself be its own key, right? So it's just gonna be a span, right? Can I just do a span? Key equals backup OTP. Backup OTP. I'm gonna do that. And then let me put something in the default shape to test with, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Some different numbers in here. See what that looks like. Okay, it is not putting spaces between them. Does that? Maybe I can't use a span. Maybe that has to be a div. I didn't do anything. I guess I wanted to view it like this, right? There was another thing I had to put in the flex, right? It's like in the CSS. I just can't remember what it is. So I guess I'll cheat and look up. Not cheating. Flex box. Is it CSS tricks? I want the margin between them. How do I do that? Space between, no. Do I need to put a margin around the individual ones? I guess that's what I need to do. Margin, another 10 pixels, and then put that as a class on this one? I don't know what I'm doing. Doing something. Oh, that worked. Okay, so the idea is you'd see that, and then you would write it down or copy it. So maybe I need to have a button to copy them to the clipboard. Also, why don't I put the whole thing... whoops. The whole thing should have a margin, right? How come there's no margin there? Oh, I put it on the wrong place. That has a margin, which is good. But the whole div around it should have a class too. What do we want to call this? Let's change this to list. And have the outer one just have a margin. There we go. And I really only need a margin top and margin bottom. There's a quicker way to do that, right? With like, I forget which way is which. I think I got it the first try there. Because if you put the 0 in front, then it's left-right margin instead, right? Yeah. So it's top down, then left right. I can never remember that thing. Anyway, I want to have the button right here, right? To copy to clipboard. And I had that somewhere else, didn't I? Yeah, for the link, for the Twitch link. That was here. This one. How did that work? Oh, it used a ref document exec command copy. Okay, we'll do the same thing. Copy to clipboard. Copy backup OTPs to clipboard. So this just needs to be yeah, what happens if I select an entire div? Does that actually work? Vertical, horizontal? Right. Is that a way to memorize which one is first? Hey there, the name. You were here about you looked up the day command 7 minutes ago, and I didn't even see you. I actually don't think I want to copy from the DOM. I want to actually put something in the clipboard that's not in the DOM. Think of it as the clock starts at 12. Oh, is that how it works? I like that. I like that approach very much. So this is a way to remember direction order in CSS. We're going to give you a point for that, Skizzers. I like that idea. Didn't want to distract the streamer? Oh, it's very nice of you. I don't mind being distracted, though. Okay, so I'm going to look this up because I do this, even though you guys probably already know the answer. I don't. JavaScript copy to clipboard. Directly copying the clipboard view just not permitted? What? How do you fill the clipboard? Hmm. Didn't think I'd know how to learn an analog clock. How to read an analog clock? I know how to read an analog clock. They taught us that in elementary school. And the fancy watches are still analog, right? Really, it's just how to put something in the clipboard. Put string into clipboard, right? That's what I want. Yeah, okay. What that's the one I was just looking at, right? Like this is not a simple answer. Do I really need to read all of this? I want a simple answer. Navigator clipboard write text. I mean, is that what I want to do? Let's see what happens if I search for that on its own. Requires the permissions API to be used. I don't know if this is the right way to do it, but I can do it. I don't even care if it's been set, right? Or maybe I just show off a toast. I don't know. Let's try it. So it would be navigator dot clipboard dot write text. And then okay, what do we want to write? I think I just want to have one per line. So it would be how to do that. It's like I know how to do it in Python. It would be like new line join. Okay, I don't know how to do it. Dev docs to the rescue. Enable dark theme. Okay, so I think it's join. Okay, so I would just put it into array. Okay, it's the other way around then. Join that. And then this would be backup OTPs. And should I bother to do a toast? Let's just do an alert. Copied. Just to see if it's working. Okay, now can I paste them? Oh yeah, it worked. Okay, cool. Let's make it a little better with a toast. I forgot how I did the toast thing. Right. Oh, it was an action. Special middleware. Right. So I did a toast. How come I'm not seeing it? Oh, there it goes. Okay, yeah, I want to do this. Instead of that message, backup codes copied to clipboard. Dispatch. Oh, all right, I can't do a dispatch, so this has to be put into here, right? So, what are we gonna call it? Just keep it simple on toast. Message. And then that's the message. On toast is a prop, and then we just call it on toast. Copy. Cool. The button's too big. There's no margin. It's bugging me. Bugging me. I need to get better at CSS. That was in this thing, right? Can I just cheat and do this? All right. Is that all I need? Rasubaka, thank you for that sub. Thank you for your support. 2 whole months. Wow. You're making my day. All these resubs. Makes my day. Thank you so much. All right, the hack I put in there in the session reducer, I can remove it now, right? Just put this back to empty. And then I just need to do the back end work here. I wonder if I should hide the generate backup codes button if there are backup codes already displayed. And I should probably have it like when you click it, it probably should warn you that it's going to invalidate your old codes, right? Am I going to throw a big party when I hit the 12-month sub? I don't know. 15-second celebration? I don't know, I need some ideas, really, Monkey. What would I do? Okay, question. If there are already backup codes generated, would we want to get rid of the old ones if you generate new ones? I guess so. Because you might have lost them. Yeah, okay, we'll just we'll make it a backend thing. I don't see any reason to let you press the button more than once, though. Let's have the button not show up if there are codes. So let's include this button for the else here. And do that. So there if we have codes, and then if we don't have codes, and if we have codes, it just show them. Let me put a nice border around that too. I feel like putting a nice border around it. Border. It's like 2 pixels solid green or something. And then let's make the margin all the way around. No. I want padding. Right. Like there's a little bit of padding. There we go. Let's pick a different color. How about yellow? I want it to kind of stand out. Like this is your only chance to see them. I should probably have that text in there, right? Like down here. Please copy these and keep them somewhere safe. They will not be shown again. With Google, only shows the backup codes when you first initialize the two auth. Should I do the same thing, or should I? My idea was like you can always generate them in this step. But I don't know. What do you think? I could make this where you can only do it once, or basically that it's just done for you whenever you validate your authenticator, and it's not a separate backend. Actually, now is the time to decide that. So if it's done right as you validate your authenticator, it's actually easier because I just include the backup codes like right when it tells you it's been validated. And then it would just show that, and then you'd only see it once ever. That makes sense. Maybe it does. So there wouldn't be a command to generate them. You would just get them, right? Yeah, but then the downside is that you're kind of like, this is your one and only chance to get them, and what if you hit refresh or something by accident and you lost them? I guess then you would just disable your authenticator and enable it again to get the codes back, right? Yeah, okay. So we'll get rid of the generate button. They'll just be given to us. Generate backup OTPs we'll get rid of. Did I not map that? Oh no, I did this the wrong way. There it is. Yeah, so we won't generate them anymore. So this goes back to a null. Why is this showing up? Oh, showing up twice because of that, yeah. Will you need to put in authenticator codes on saved login or anything? Saved login? Right now there's only 2 times you'd have to put in the code. It would be to validate the authenticator and then on subsequent logins. Oh, saved login like remember me? No. I was thinking you wouldn't need that. Because that would just be annoying that you'd have to constantly re-authenticate, right? So I figured it's only if you're using your password. Yeah, well the login token is only good for a limited amount of time, and also it's associated with your IP address, so it's really only useful like if you hit refresh or like you come back and you want to play the game later on the same computer. But if you move to a different computer, you'd have to log in and authenticate and all that stuff, which I figure is okay. The other option would be that I could have a login token for every IP address you log into, and then like instead of just remembering me, it would be remember me at this computer, and then you could do that on multiple computers. I don't know. Okay, let me test to make sure that if this is empty, where is it? This is empty. It shouldn't show any of that. Cool. Don't need to show that. Okay, so the backup codes will want it to be included. Yeah, so we're not going to include it on on. Not going to be its own message anymore. Just going to be included in the verification result. That's still there. But here, OTP result, we'll include it here. Wait a minute. What's this doing here? But it's never set. Is that a bug? That's just that's okay. We don't need that. Okay, where was the reflect? Oh, it's only in an error. Okay, well, what are we doing for success then? Well, let me look. OTP result. Oh, we're just clearing the auth secret. So we could look and see if there are backup codes. If message dot backup OTPs, then dispatch. Actually, then I should not have removed it from here, shouldn't I? So put it back. Oh, no, that's there. The reflect we're leaving. Right, okay. So this reducer put it back in, right? I didn't ever put it in. Or yeah, I haven't added it here yet. Dispatch actions reflect backup OTPs. Okay. Yeah, that needs to go in this reducer. Also, we should clear them, shouldn't we? If you disable your authenticator. And where is that done? On the profile changing? See if I remember where that is. Profile. Reflect profile. It's a different no, it's the same reducer. Okay, so actually here is it's safe to do it, to just clear it. Basically, if they when they change anything in their profile, then it'll just hide the backup OTPs. In fact, I might want to have a button to do that directly, right? Just leave it. Okay. Missed a comma in server messages. 196. Oh, it's not that I missed a comma, it's I missed a, yeah, missed a parentheses. Okay. Okay, the front end work then. I mean the back end work. Gosh, I'm saying the wrong words all the time today. You have returned, A squared. Welcome back. Realm server. Where are we gonna go first? We should put in the player record first, right? So players tests. Um I think we need two methods, one to set the codes, another one to consume a code. Right, so I had consume, oh, I already had that. Huh, I already did this work. I forgot I did this. Nice, I already have it. Is account creation still suspended? Yeah, it's suspended for the moment. I guess I can re-enable it. Just with the, well, yeah. It's only suspended when, why did I suspend it? People were just abusing it and showing naughty words. I guess I can lift it because I'm not really showing that screen today. Did I not have the, oh, the window is hidden. I guess I can re-enable it. Permit new accounts. I just can't show, I have to get in the habit of not showing the user list when, on screen. Can't show the user list. Yeah, I disabled, I didn't permit new accounts because it showed a bad word on stream, but it's really not the right. This really isn't the best setting. A better setting would be like restrict new accounts, where like what am I trying to say? Someone could attack the game by just constantly creating garbage accounts, right? But that's always going to be a risk. So I guess if it started happening, I would just make it more of a burden to create a new account. Like maybe you'd have to verify an email or something. I don't know. I really don't know what I'm going to do there if it gets abused. Streaming mode where it doesn't display user profiles on stream. Yeah, I'm going to add that because I also wanted to show, well, I can show in the test environment. We can do that. Yeah, I don't want to show the production environment GM screen anymore, but I can show the test environment. So I'm thinking of like, this is showing just this information. It's showing the masked names where this is where the bad names can show up. So what I could do is I could have a streamer mode where it blocks out those names. I mean, alternatively, I could just never show the production environment at all. Then I wouldn't need a streamer mode. But let's say I still wanted to show this on stream. I'd have a streamer mode where it blocks off masked names. I also wanted to add more columns here, like last IP address or something like that. And then I definitely would not want to show that while I'm streaming, so it would just not show that column if it's in streamer mode. Perhaps the user has to spend X minutes logged in before they're able to chat. Well, right now they can't chat at all. There were two problems that happened. One is that new accounts would show up here, and so a bad word would show up here on stream. The second problem is people's accounts were being hijacked who had already been verified accounts, like unmasked, and so we were seeing the bad words show up in chat down here. So the counter to the first problem is to just never show this at all, or if I show it, don't show this name in red. The counter to the second problem I was thinking is allow people to start using two-factor auth so that their accounts don't get hijacked as easily. Or in addition to that, maybe increase the minimum password strength. Because I don't know what people's passwords are. They might have used Hunter2 for all I know, and then someone guessed it. Prevent spam creating accounts. So there's another safeguard for accounts not being created through automation, and that's how do I show that best? Right here. You have, when you create an account, you have to pass a CAPTCHA check. So I can make it even more onerous. Like not only you have to do a CAPTCHA check, but you also have to maybe email is no longer optional, and you have to like verify an email. But I really don't want to have to do that. I just put in the CAPTCHA check to make it more difficult for it to be like automated by spam bots. Remember me, please. Okay. But I'm open to all kinds of ideas if you guys have them. The only problem I guess I have is people will give me ideas that kind of clash with each other, and I'm not sure which one is best. Unless I maybe waited for like a majority of people to say one thing. Send me a valid picture of government acceptable identification. Yeah, the most onerous I've seen are that you have to have a verified phone number. I guess, yeah, it could be even worse, right? I have to bill you for 23 cents or whatever banks do to verify that that your account is legitimate so that you can enable bank transfers or whatnot. Anyway, I already have this, so this is great. I can just use this now. I will first do the code generation. So that is in what? That's in 2 steps, right? The executor has to actually create them. No. The coordinator has to create them. The executor has to apply them. So this will be in the validation, right? Validate. Validate. Right, so or actually it doesn't need to be in the validate, does it? It can be in the setting it up in the first place, right? Either way, I gotta modify a command, don't I? So might as well just modify the submit OTP one. Maybe even rename it to be validate authenticator. That's what it's being used. Well, no, I wanted to potentially reuse this command. So let me put it in the set auth second factor stuff instead. Yeah, I'll put it here. Did you do something to increase responsiveness? You used it to have a huge lag, but it's better now? I haven't really done anything on my end. Where were you seeing lag before? Was it in loading the client or connecting to the server or talking to the server? I didn't change anything on the server. The front end client might be loading quicker if CloudFront is caching it better, but I didn't change anything. I did do some performance improvements. So it depends on when the last time you tried to connect. It might have been before I did some performance improvements. I think this is what I want to modify, right? And we're doing it with a set of integers, backup OTPs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're going to include it in the command. Backup OTPs. And then we're going to make sure that it gets in here. Right. Players get player ID backup auth second factor backup OTPs. Exactly. All right, so that doesn't exist yet. We got to put it in here. Actually, I'm going to just copy from here and put them here. So I need to include set. And shorten this to backup OTPs. Okay. So I had to modify the command, so command tests need to be modified. Command test. Set. There we go. Copy from the other test, because it's easy that way. And then right. Actually, I can't really reuse them very well, so I might as well just. No, I can keep it. I can do this. So this is backup OTPs, and here I have to do a JSON array. That's the closest thing I can get to a set. There we go. And then just use it down here too. And same thing down up here, only this is command backup OTPs. Cool. And I'll be modifying this in a moment. One of those link problems again. Spurious linker errors. Wait a minute. What? I think I changed that for some reason. WebSocket. It was up to a second round trip. Yeah, I didn't change anything with the WebSocket. The only thing I really did was I updated the latest. I updated to the latest security packages on the instance, and I increased the performance of various things. And maybe it's the performance improvements. But you said a week or two ago. I did the performance stuff like more than a week or two ago. I don't know. Maybe just the internet got upgraded for you, or for the Amazon instance. I don't know. Here's what I want to look at. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Yep. So here we go. All right, to get from a array to a set, it's for size t, I is 0. Okay, it could just be random. Could be. I is less than. Okay, let's get access to the backup OTPs. Encoded backup OTPs. Encoding backup OTPs. Get size plus I. Void backup OTPs insert. Encoded backup OTPs I. And then the other way around. Let's do a const auto encoding equals, and then return encoding. And then we'll first make room for the empty array. Get access to it. And then iterate through. So for auto backup OTP and backup OTPs, encoded dot add. It's dot add, isn't it? Wait a minute. Why does it say? Oh, because it's const. Duh. Add backup OTP. Done. Cool. All right. So they're in there. So then, and then the executor test will make sure it gets put in. So it's not done yet. So that's on. Whoops. On set auth second factor. Yes. Cool. Yeah. So I just do game state players. Set backup OTPs. Command backup OTPs. Now, what's different here? Oh, it needs a player ID. Guess we'll wrap them like we did the other one. Run it. Okay, cool. So then the last step is the coordinator. There we go. What was it again? Set. Is it authenticator? It's around here somewhere. Maybe this one? No. Let me look for this string here. Okay, yeah, get auth secret. Okay, it's called get auth secret, but it really should be called enable authenticator. But I'll keep it for, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I call it. Name's the name, right? So get auth secret should also construct some backup codes. Let's make a game constant for the number of codes and the code length. Game, where are you, game constants? I don't know. So we'll just do this. Game oops, wrong one. Yes. Let's make another constant. So it's a backup OTP num digits. Let's just follow Google's example and do 8 digits. This is the number of digits to produce for a backup one-time password generated for the game. All right. And then we should have a number of backup codes. Num backup OTPs. I don't know, 10? Doesn't matter how many. This is a number of backup one-time passwords to generate when an authenticator is set up. And this is size t. All right. So the test should make sure that there are that many. That is the same as that size. And then we should iterate through. So for auto backup OTP and command backup OTPs, expect that it's that number of digits. Actually, it's going to be an int, so we just need to make sure that it's less than or equal to 8. Well, it's going to be less than that if we take the log base 10 of it, right? And it's the thing and then the expected value for less than. So it's log 10 of the backup OTP. And make that into a size t. I think that's what I want, right? And then log 10 is defined in like math.h. And I need to put realm server : in front of those two constants. There we go. All right. So it has to generate them when it puts it into the command, and then when validation is done, it needs to give them to the client. So that's another test I need to do. But first things first. That doesn't generate any codes, so we need to generate some codes. So that's get auth secret check, right? No, make command. There we go. So RNG some bytes. I guess we're then looping, right? For size ti is 0. Hey, Adam, you're so nice hosting me again. You don't have to host me so often, but I do appreciate it. Hello, Adam's viewers. My name's Raimu. I'm working on a game right now. I'm doing work to integrate second factor authentication into my game. Never hosting me again. Aw, QQ. I really appreciate it, but I feel bad that other people could benefit too from the host. But, thank you. Let me give a quick overview of the game for those who haven't seen it. So this is what my game looks like. This is a test environment here. So there's a bunch of weird things that don't quite make sense, but it's mostly just to test different game mechanics. The game is inspired by the old Ultima games from the 90s. And you basically control a character in a 2D tile-based pixel art kind of RPG environment. So I'm like this little wizard with the funny hat, and this little area is a test for particle effects, which I added recently. There are things in the game like teleporters, like if I step on those pads, it jumps me back and forth. There's a little bit of inventory and combat in the game, so I have this sword and this money. I could drop the money on the ground, for example, and I could go attacking these guys. Hopefully I win. Half the time they kill me. Oh, I won. So I beat him,
I got his money. And let me pick up that money. There's still some money left on the ground because the max stack is 100. It's a work in progress. It's a very early work. We're right now I'm working on some what do you call it? Back end work, not the game dev, but I hope to get back to the game dev soon. There are other elements that are going to be in this game, such as puzzles. So you might be talking to NPCs. Just like in the old Ultimate games, the neutral or friendly NPCs, you can talk to them and you can ask for their name and their job, and then based on what they say, you can ask them other things. And it's got both keyword dialogue and also multiple choice. And the game also has, yeah, I can show this one. I'm being very careful not to show the production environment today. Okay, have a good lunch, Adam. But yeah, feel free to ask me any questions if you've never seen this before, but like that dialogue system we were just seeing is something I can build up live in the game. So if I wanted to, I could go to the conversation state and say foo. And then for foo, I can say add an action, bar, save. Now when I go back and say foo, he says bar. And not only can you have the NPCs say things, but you can also have them do things. Like in this part of the dialogue tree, if you ask them about a sword, if you it'll ask you, do you want one? If you say yes, if you have room for it, it will run a give sword script. If you don't have room, it'll just say you don't have any room. And it figures out which path to take based on this requirement, which is itself a script. So the game is scriptable, both in the dialogue system and in the scripting system. So like the has room looks like this. It's all in Lua. It just says, get the player's inventory, find the free slot, and if it's truthy, then you have room. And then give sword looks like this. So it creates an entity in the game, and it sets a callback. Once the entity is created, it runs another script to give the player that item. So there's an underlying entity component system. So like, for example, the sword has an item component and a tile component. The tile is how to show it in the world, and the item has the attributes of the item, like its name and stuff like that. Every tile in the game, like as I mouse over, you see there's an entity number associated with it. So in the GM view, I can like look at a spot in the game right here, and I can see that this is the ground underneath the tree, and that's the tree. And I can move the tree around like this. Or I can move the ground around. Actually, I don't want to do that, but so the world is fully editable by the GM, like live while everyone's playing. Hey there. Oh, it's Isley renamed to Teston. I remember that. How are you doing? So yeah, I am working on adding two-factor authentication today. So far I have I'd have to disable my authenticator to show it to you again, which I'll do, but it's the same. It's the normal flow you would expect for adding an authenticator to your account. Is it at first it's off, and then you enable it, and it'll show you a big QR code that you scan in, and then you put it into your phone or whatever, and you type in the 6-digit code to verify it. Once it's verified, now you have to have it to log in. And if you're logged in, you can turn it off with that button and then re-enable it to get a new token, that kind of thing. So what I was working on right when I got hosted is adding this feature where if you have backup codes, we want you to be able to use them. So for example, let me just hack this back in here to add the backup codes. That was here, right? Backup codes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So if you have backup codes, it'll show you this. Oh, why isn't it showing it to me? Did I break it? I think I broke it. It's supposed to show them there. Interesting. Anyway, it's supposed to show you your backup codes, and you can use those backup codes if you lose your authenticator. Let me try to find out why this is broken. Okay, I was working on that, but first that should have gone here, backup OTP. No, not backup OTPs. We're looking at, yeah, no, that is right. Looking at backup OTPs, right? It should have shown that. I don't know why it didn't. Hey there, Salee. How are you doing? It should show the codes and then say, please copy them and keep them safe. They'll not be shown again. Oh, I know. I think I know what I did. Um, I have it clear the backup OTPs once your profile is fetched. So let me temporarily disable that, because we only want to show it once and then hide it once you've had a chance to copy them. So here you go. So it's supposed to show this once, right, when you enable your authenticator and validate it. It says, here are some codes, please keep them safe, and you can use them if you lose your authenticator as sort of a way to get back in. So if you're here and you're logging in and you forgot your authenticator, you can show more options and enter a backup code. And then it would then work even though you didn't put your one-time password in from your authenticator. But my authenticator is still working, so I can type in that code here. I opted for now to make the one-time password from the authenticator something you append to the end of your password, because it's just simpler for me to implement. But I just know that some people are going to want to have a separate input box, so I'm going to have to add that later. If I have time today, I'll do it today. All right, so let me remove this hack here. Go back to what I was working on. Yeah, please feel free to stop me if you have any questions. I don't mind answering them. Couple more things about the game. There are multiple backend servers, and that's so that if one server crashes, another one can resume without any downtime. And to make that work, everything that changes in the game is represented by an action, which is appended to a journal, which is replicated across these servers. So this step here is we're making the command to append to the journal when we actually turn on our authenticator. Something like account recovery key? Yeah, exactly. It's like a backup way to get to log in, and once you logged in, then you can turn off your authenticator and then turn it back on when you want to set it up again. So this is the command that gets appended to the journal for the game cluster when we're turning on an authenticator, right? So we're random number generator. This is cryptographically secure. Generating 80 bits for our secret key, assigning it, and then I was adding code here to also generate the backup codes and store them. So let's do that. I had, right, game constants. I had a constant here, number of backup one-time passwords. That's what I want. We're just going to generate, what did I say? It was 8 digits long, so what are we going to do? I guess we're just generating enough bytes to cover that many digits. So if I just take like a 4-digit code, right? I just make, let's call this backup OTP bytes and generate 4 bytes. That gives us plenty of digits, right? I just need 8 of them. Actually, just to be sure, just to be safe, what if we made a 64-bit? And then, actually, I'm going to completely cheat here. I'm going to make this, just a uint64. I don't care about byte order, right? I can just say, put it here at this place, and this will be the size of that. Whoops. What did I do? I misclick all the time. Cheater. Yeah, I'm cheating. This just takes a void star, right? So I can do that. So generate a 64-bit number, and then I just need to do the same thing that I did elsewhere. I have to do a truncation. Where was that? I did that in my hash function, right? For TOTP or HOTP. Truncate. Oh, here it is. This trick here. So here we would do set auth second factor backups.insert, and then paste that code there. I don't care what it returns. So it's just backup OTP mod. This should be 64T to make the types consistent. And then this is this number. So 10 to the power of the number of digits we want, and that's what we take the modulus of, and then we insert that into that set, and we're done. So that should make my unit test pass. You swear you have more hours in modding the game that you're making than you have hours actually playing it? I'm not surprised. Some people really enjoy programming so much that they will mod the game. You know, that's what they end up doing with the game more than playing it. This is Oxygen not included, right? I'll have to try out your mod because I actually play that game quite a bit. I haven't played it in a while, but I really like that game. Yeah. We have a link. We can do a little bit of marketing of your mod. If you have a link, we can put it in chat. I wouldn't mind. Okay, I'm gonna run this unit test that should test that now. Yay, it passes now. So that means we are getting the correct number of codes, and the codes have the correct number of digits. There you go. Yeah, check out A2's mods for Oxygen not included. I'll have to try it out too. Let me get a link so that I can try it out later. So this is Oxygen not included. I guess that's capitalized. Mods made by A2 31415. All right. So this will put the codes in to the command, and I had already done the test to make sure the codes get into the player's record. What am I missing now? Oh, they're actually using the codes. Well, this is enough to make sure to see that I get the codes. Oh no, there are two things. Being able to use the code and then showing the code when validation is successful. I haven't done that either. What kind of game is Oxygen not included? It's like, what would you call it? A micromanaging game? What's the compact term to represent that genre of game? So you're micromanaging a colony of they're not exactly people, they're like replicants, I think they're called, and a colony sim genre. There you go. It's sci-fi, colony sim, but it's also micromanagement. Duplicants. All right, okay. There you go. I find the game a little bit stressful because you're forced to like micromanage everything, and if you get things wrong, things start to go badly. And I mean, a lot of people just find that very humorous, and I just find it stressful. RimWorld, I have the same problem, that it gets a little bit too stressful for me because I get too invested in my colony. It was made a lot less stressful in the launch upgrade. I'll have to try it out then. The furthest I got in Oxygen not included is I was able to get the oil power up and running, but I hadn't yet gone to there's like, it's like any of these colony sims, they have different tiers of either research or advancement, and so I'd got maybe, what is that, about halfway or 3/4 of the way through when you get to where you're using oil power. Anyway. Verification is what I'm looking for, right? No, validation. Validation. Right. Yeah, so in the OTP result, we want to include the backup codes. So I need to put the backup codes in there to begin with, right? Yeah, so we will do players set backup OTPs for test user ID. And I'll just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 because that's what I like. And then we will verify we get them back out here. JSON array. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. So yeah, what you see me doing is test-driven development. So I have a whole bunch of tests, and I add a new test whenever I find a bug and I want to fix the bug, or if I add a new feature. And if I am adding a new feature, I'll usually add a new test. If I'm changing an existing feature, like I'm doing right now, I'll just change a test, and it'll go from passing to failing, and then I make sure it fails the way I expect it to fail, and then I go change the code to make it pass. So I expected it to, yes, validate the authenticator, but not include the backup OTP one-time passwords. So it's failing in the correct way. So then I go back into the code where this will reach. It'll be an on submit OTP executed. Yes. So yeah, if the results are validated, we announce that their authenticator type is changed. And here we go. So here are the results. So I need to include the backup OTPs here. Yeah, so let's, like I did before, we'll pull this out, call it response equals that. And we'll make response encoded and sent back there. And then we'll have backup OTPs with a JSON array there. And then I do this because I set up the shape of the response, and then I get access to that array, and then I fill it. So encoded backup OTPs is response backup OTPs. And then for auto backup OTP in command? No, it's not going to be in the command. It's going to be in the player. Do I not have the player record? Oh, I don't. Well, we need to get it, so we'll get it right here, I guess. Const auto player equals impl profile players get command player ID. So the player will have codes in there. Auth second factor backup OTPs. And for each one, we're going to insert it. So encoded backup OTPs dot add backup OTP. Send the response. Steam comments. It says it does something in the description. Don't suggest it. Already implemented it. Oh yeah, I don't have much experience with Steam comments. They fixed a lot of the balance. That's good. And users are dumb. Some of them are, yeah. Cool. So that is telling us our backup codes. So I can test that much, and then and then the last step would be to allow them to be used. So yeah, I can restart the server now and test this. So stop and start the server. I'm gonna have to disable the authenticator and re-enable it though. It took it 10 seconds to parse its state. So all three servers start. They parse their state from their last saved snapshot, which takes a little bit of time. And then after a while, the cluster times out. This is the raft algorithm. So this is how we select a leader. If there's no leader, they'll all time out at random intervals. And so whichever one timed out first, which was server 11, ends up being the leader. And then the game is running at that point. And let me disable my authenticator. Let me do the same thing on my phone here. Settings, accounts, delete authenticator. Yes. It's funny, now I have like 3 deleted authenticators I can't remove because it takes 42 hours until it deletes it. So enable, and then I will scan the QR code. I got the code, and then it is 361054. Validate. It popped there, but it disappeared, didn't it? So I'm getting rid of the codes too quickly. See if I can see that in the Redux state. Oh, and Bob moving around is going to screw things up. Okay, here we go. So we have backup codes. Let me get the backup codes. Let's at least make sure it's in there. So those are our 8-digit backup codes, right? Reflect auth secret receive. Oh yeah, so it's this profile thing that cleared them. So I guess maybe I'll just not clear them where I was going to clear them. Where should I clear them? We should probably just manually clear them when we disable the authenticator, right? So let's remove that and find the reflect backup OTPs and just copy this line. Whoops. Copy this line to where we disable authenticator. Where is that? Settings panel. Disable authenticator. So we'll just do it here. Actually, there's already an action for it. Here we go. So I can just do it there and make this empty. Easy peasy. One of those 8-digit backup codes was 7 digits. Yeah, they could have a 0 in front. Yeah. In fact, I probably want to test that. I should get those. Well, I can't get the codes anymore from here, right? Or can I? Can I get the codes from here and just copy them myself? What was this one? Reflect server admin authenticated? Wait a minute. I don't think this is looking at the correct Redux state anymore, is it? Huh. Because this is the normal user. That was weird. I think this is buggy. Yeah, this is the wrong Redux state. Oh, there's 2 instances. We're looking at the wrong one. There we go. So wait, what instance were we looking at? $33.30. So I'm hoping that that's the test environment. Yeah, okay. So I didn't leak anything from the production environment by accident. That's kind of scary because I do have another tab over that's the production environment. That would have been scary. Okay, good. We're not leaking the production environment. The test environment's fine to leak that. So where is the authenticator stuff? Oh, I refreshed since, didn't I? Okay, so I don't know what the codes are. Don't know. I don't know if I have it enabled in prod. Anyway, I can get the codes the sneaky way, which is to look at the game snapshot. Was there something secure in that? I might have to do this off screen. I don't remember, so just to be safe, let me pull it off screen for a second. Even though it's a test environment, there might be a key in there. I'm not sure. I should go and check to make sure at some point. a backup OTPs. Okay, and let me just copy them to the clipboard. And then exit that out and then put this window back. Oop, let me put the codes somewhere. I'm just going to put them here for now. They're my codes. That didn't really work very well. It works. So yeah, in fact, I'm going to test that backup code will work with a 0 in front or not, right? Should I just do that next? So allow logging with the backup code. So yeah, let's just do that next. The bot auth token was in the state. Yeah, I should probably just remove it since I don't need to debug the. Well, actually, it's by this point it's an expired, revoked token anyway. I really need to move it out of there anyway. The secrets should not be in the game journal, even in the test environment. Secrets like that, I mean. All right. It's getting a little warm. Where was I? Where was I? Oh, gonna do the login stuff. Oh, hey there, Moontori. How are you doing? I missed you saying hi a couple minutes ago. Told you we have people logging card CCV to text files in console. Scary. Guess what we have access to in the logs? You have all their financial information? Yeah. Isn't that illegal for merchants to do that? Hope you don't, I hope you guys fix that. Shouldn't do that. What am I doing? Right, log in from the backend stuff. You have tests to remove it. That's good. Yeah, don't tell where you work. At least until it's all fixed. Yeah, that's bad. Okay, it's the login, right? Did I change the command to put the backup code in there? I think I did. Well, there's OTP. Yeah, so there's two aspects of this. The OTP could be a backup code. But, oh, I remember what I did. It was in the front end. Here, right? Authentication. We include a backup OTP to authenticate if it's provided as an optional parameter of the message. And that is the login message. So that will be in the auth on login. No. Login check and make command, right? Hold on, why is it not building? What's this? Okay, was that in the middle of changing some code? No, it's just IntelliSense is screwed up. Do I need to quit it and start it again? Yeah, it's confused. So we'll stop and start Visual Studio Code again. Aha. Right, so if it's the authenticator is validated, we strip off the last n digits or n characters from the password, and that's the OTP. But now I need to change it to also work with the backup OTP. So that's in auth player. And where would that be exactly? That's when we are making the login command. One of these. This one. Okay, so let's make another test for backup OTP. Start login with password and backup OTP. So, well, yeah, I don't actually have to have backup codes present. We just have to have it enabled. Time step doesn't even really matter. Time step doesn't matter. We don't need that. Yeah. So it's that password is there, and we have backup OTP is some number, right? And we expect that number to show up in OTP. Actually, you could also use this then with a normal authenticator. Yeah, which I guess makes sense. I can even make the UI say authenticator code goes here or something like that. The time step doesn't matter. Yeah, that's what I want. I got 1 hour left. Seems good? All right. Right, I restarted VS Code, so it's not going to remember my tests. Thank you for that follow. You have to try the time step first and compare backup codes. I think I'll do is yeah, because the usual case will be they use their authenticator, right? Let me think about that. It might be simpler to do it the other way around, actually. Did it fail correctly? Yes. Hash didn't match and OTP is not collected. So this does modify the password. I think we're going to check if the message had a backup OTP in it. If message.has backup OTP, then collect the OTP one way, otherwise do it this way. Yeah, because we can just leave that at 0. It doesn't matter. Backup OTP, then it's just this, right? Message backup OTP. Well, let's get this out actually. Standard string message backup OTP. Then scan it as an integer and put it in OTP, and then we'll end up putting it there, which is the coordinator is not doing the validation, it's just getting it into the command. You tried to do that TDD but couldn't stick with it? Yeah, it took me many years and I still don't think I'm very good at it. Okay, I obviously failed. Did I build the thing? I did build it, so what's going on? Debug, please. Alright, so did it get it in there? It's 0, why? Why is it empty string? Oh, it's already a number? Oh, well, that's easier. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's just OTP equals, and then that's an int. Because we did it in the JavaScript, I think. It's just a number, right? Cool. So that gets it in, and so the executor just needs to be modified to use the backup codes. So, where was that? OTP equals. Yeah. So this is with 2F. So we'll just say with backup code. Login success with backup OTP. We had a bug where a colleague had to map two values, but he called the same function with the same value, and 90% of the cases they were equal. Would have done TDD, would have... Well, there's a possibility he could have done it with TDD, you still couldn't catch it. I think it doesn't guarantee anything, but it's a good discipline to try to get into. There's a cost associated with it, though, you have to take into account and maybe even measure, like, how much extra time it took versus how much time it took you on the other side to deal with the bugs. The theory is that if you fix the problems up front, it's a good investment and that it would save you a lot more time down the road. But one could argue that if the code is simple enough that like you don't need a unit test, then writing the unit test, it might be a waste of time, but I don't know. I think it depends on the situation and the people, right? You have to evaluate like how often do you have bugs and how much do the bugs cost you and how much would it have cost you to write the unit tests and maintain them and all that. All right. That's the secret. I need to put in some backup codes, right? Backup OTPs. Let's use my favorite codes. And then we want it to be successful, right? So the OTP will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Time step doesn't matter. We'll just put 1 there so it doesn't underflow. And it should log in. And not only that, but the backup code should be consumed. So we should expect a slightly smaller set, right? Of just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for the players. Get Alice auth backup OTPs. There we go. The other test should have made sure that the OTP was taken also, right? Let's add that while we have a chance. It's also an int, I think, right? And let me compute this outside here. I can do that where? Right up here. Const auto OTP equals that, and then just copy it here. And this has the OTP in it now. Get Alice auth. Oh, wait a minute, it's not the OTP, we store the time steps used. So it would be 1. But I'll keep that other thing too, that's cleaner anyway. Oh, I should make sure that the time step doesn't get consumed down here either. Right? This should still be an empty set. But this should be marked. Also, I should have a test where you can't use the same backup code twice. Well, if it's removed, then it won't work anyway, right? Yeah. What's my bug here? 1641. Oh, right, because this is a uint64t. Down here. All right, so this should not be broken, but this won't work yet. It will say it was not consumed, the user did not get logged in. All right, so executor on login. Okay. I think we could do it in validate OTP, right? Yeah, we can do it in validate OTP. We can just allow a backup code, allow it to be one of the backup codes, right? Yeah. So we can just loop through the backup codes. I need to get a copy, don't I? No, I don't. I can just loop through them. So for auto backup OTP in player dot backup OTPs, if submitted OTP equals the backup OTP, we're going to end up returning true, right? But before we do that, we're going to want to go to players and ask it kindly consume the backup OTP. There we go. Oh, I need the player ID in front. That wasn't much code. And it works. All right. I should run them all to make sure I didn't break anything. And then I'm ready to test this, right? I can test right now. I have my own backup codes. I can test it that it uses, that I can log in and that it uses the code. Yeah. I'm wondering if I should just change the wording of the login and just say authenticator code, and then you can just put either a backup or a real authenticator code there. And then just always show that. Or maybe pop it up if after you enter your username and password. Maybe. I'll have to think about that. While I'm waiting for the test to finish, let me go ahead and just check this in for now. Okay, so I added backup codes essentially. Let me review closely. That's where we set them in the game command. That's the number and length, and okay, this is the encoding of it. This is passing them back and generating them and checking if one's given. All right. So let's see. Add authenticator backup codes. Generate backup codes when authenticator is set up, and then deliver backup codes once authenticator is validated. Accept backup codes in place of authenticator OTPs. And then what else did I do? Don't think I did anything else. We consume if it's present. We set them when it's generated. The tests that go with that. Showing it in the user interface, yes. Yes. I still haven't decided when to clear. No, I did decide when to clear them. When you disable your authenticator, it'll just continue to show them as long as your client knows about them. So if you refresh or if you disable your authenticator, they'll go away. Okay, yes. Show backup codes in the front end. Accept backup code in login dialog. All right. So how are we doing in those tests, computer? Render. Okay, yeah, this is the only ones that should fail because that's something I'm still working on and had nothing to do with 2FA. So ready to test it then. So stop server, start it again. I'm getting tired already. Still have 50 minutes to go. Excuse me. While I'm waiting for my server to start, I guess I'll stretch. Snap. Okay. New client logging in. All right, but this is logged out, right? Okay, so let's try the backup code. So what's one of my backup codes? This one that's only that many digits. So let's pretend that it was, it should accept that, right? Should I print the 0 in front always? I don't think it matters. Log in, right? Bad password. It didn't like it. Why would it not like it? I guess we should be looking at the network. Login. More options. Let me use another code. I don't know if the code got consumed or not. Probably not, right? Chickens. There's the backup OTP. Did it get put into the game correctly? I can look not the snapshot, but the journal is safe to look at. Let's look at that. Oh, there it was. There's the hash. The OTP is blank. Okay, it just rotated, so let's try it again. There it is. Yeah, the OTP isn't being recorded correctly. Then why does it do a log out? It just got rotated on me. Yeah, the OTP is 0 for some reason. Backup OTP. I wonder if I got the spelling wrong or something. Hold on a second. Can I show that screen? I think I can. Yeah, I could show that screen. So there's where they're stored. There's the authenticator secret. Oh, it's been deleted? Oops. It already got deleted? Oh well. Oh, that could be. What was it showing there? Oh yeah, you're right. There you go. Toulouse found it. As usual, Toulouse finds my bugs for me. Yeah, that needs to be a number. That's the front end bug. So that would be in this authentication middleware, right? You're right. I need to do a what I included in the action. I think I would. So that would be way back in the login dialog. Yes. So this should be parse int. 10. And probably I should set the type to be a number, right? Where is that? Right here. Number. Okay, let's try again. Show more options. I'm going to use this smaller code. Hey, it worked. So that code should not work in it again, though. So if I try again, yeah. So it only works once. Enjoy your food playing with Skizzers. Cool. So but if okay, chickens. I should be able to use the next backup code on my list. Cool. So one last thing to check is, can I get backup codes? So let me disable the authenticator. So yet another deleted authenticator. I have 4 deleted authenticators now. And then exit and add a new one. QR code. It'd be really stupid of me to ever show this in production, right? I got my authenticator. Enter the code. Validate. And there are my backup codes there. So if I wanted to, I could copy them to the clipboard. Here are my backup codes. Oh wow, I got a 6-digit one. So I wonder, should I put zeros in front of all of these then? I probably should, right? What's the best way to do that in JavaScript? To cheat and just look it up. JavaScript, a 0 pad number. There we go. Stack Overflow to the rescue. Okay. Weird. Oh, this is if Z wasn't passed in. Okay, and then what's this n equals n plus empty character? I don't know what that means. What the heck? Okay, I understand this. I guess I could do that. Oh, is that what it's doing? It's converting it into a string? Alright. That doesn't strike me as what you would do to convert it to a string, but okay. Alright, we'll go with that. Thank you, Toulouse, for interpreting. It's like we're going through the JavaScript jungle, and Toulouse is right there saying, this is what that means. So I would show that here somewhere. Where is it? No, it was settings panel, where we are showing the backup codes. Where was that? Right here? Right here. So we'll just call a function to do this. So 0 pad. Well, in here, 0 pad to should I just hard code it here. The front end will have to know how many digits the back end uses, though. I guess I'll just make that in my own parallel game constant. I had game constant somewhere, right? Constants. Export const. Backup OTP digits. This is the number of digits backup authenticator codes should have. There we go. Oh, I like that better. That looks cool. Slice -8. Let's try that in the JavaScript console. Undock, please. Undock. There we go. Console. Plus string 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dot slice -8. Oh, I like it. Thank you, Fleshlight38. You got a point. Hey there, 715209. How are you doing? Oh, what's wrong with it? That looks cool. What's wrong with it? What would be the problem with this? Let me see if I understand this. Is it going back and... Hold on, what is that plus string 12 do? Oh, it's just putting 8 zeros in front and then taking the last 8 characters. Yeah. So which one do I like better then? That versus this. This is actually calculating the number of zeros, putting them into an, well, using the, this is sort of clumsy, I think. All of this is doing is just leveraging the fact that join will repeat a join character a certain number of times for however many things are in an array. I actually kind of like this better. Pad start. That's built into JS. Okay, why doesn't the maybe it's in another answer. It's not even. Oh no, it is in here somewhere. Aha. So it's buried in like not the top answer, but some answer that's like 3 down. That, oh, by the way, you can do that. Well, it seemed to work for me, so let's use it. I like that a lot better. So let me get the constant correct, and we will make that easier to see. I need to import that from my constants. Constants? Did I? Oh, they're all exported. Okay. So the pad start is, yeah, we don't need a special function. We can just do that is going to be a number. So I do want to make it a string. And then pad start 0, right? I don't care about IE support. Actually, wouldn't Babel transpile that for me anyway? I'm guessing it would. The only way to know would be to try this on Internet Explorer, right? Yeah, who knows? I'll try it out on Internet Explorer. Okay, so to test this out, I gotta again chunk my authenticator and get a new one, right? Unless I cheat and hard code this for a second, we can do that, right? No one will care. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. and then reload and see what it looks like. Yeah, okay, that works. But does it get into the clipboard correctly? No, it doesn't. So I need to do the same trick on the where we copy them. Up here. So I will do a map here. So backup OTP's map. Backup OTP. And then that. Silverlight. 5 months. PogChamp. Thank you for your support, Silverlight. I appreciate it. String backup. Yeah, so that should work, right? Let's see if that works. 5 months. Wow. And I don't remember seeing you in chat for a while, but you're welcome here any day. Let's see if the copy works now. Cool, that worked. All right. Unhard code that. I think my work is done for backup codes. So I don't need backup codes. I live dangerously. Clean up, I guess that's the last part, is cleaning the thing up. Let me check in my work. All right. I want to get this done with because I want to get back to doing actual game stuff. Okay, so that's the bug fix. Let's check this in by itself. Fix bug in sending backup OTPs as strings instead of ints. And the rest of it was just a zero pad. Well, technically that's part of that. Amend that last one to include that too. And then this is to zero pad. Zero pad backup OT in display and clipboard. Commit. Yeah, I just finished implementing it. 715.209. You want to see? Here, I'll demonstrate from front to back. So it's on right now, so I got to turn it off. So it's off now, right? So all I need to log in is my username and password, which is chickens, right? And we get right in, right? But let's say we're nervous about people guessing that our password is chickens because, you know, chickens might not be the best password. And, you know, maybe it's been hacked or something, right? So instead of just our password, we're going to say enable authenticator. And it generates this secret on the server side, and then it sends it to the front end. And so we can either type that into like Authy or Google Authenticator, or we can use the nifty QR code, which I'm going to do right now. Scan in the QR code. And so I now have it in my Authy, and you could do it too if you wanted to. This is a test environment, so we're not hacking anything real. So I enter the same code my authenticator has, and I validate it. And then it says when I clean up the UI, it'll say something like, your authenticator is successfully validated. From now on, add the 6-digit token that appears on your authenticator at the end of your password whenever you log in. Here are some backup login codes should you lose your authenticator. Please copy these and keep them somewhere safe. They will not be shown again. Right, so I can copy that if I want, and I don't know, put it down here or something. We'll do that just as a test, right? And then now we'll log out. And now when we log in, I do chickens. It will say, oh, bad password. So I have to actually do chickens and then add the 6-digit code on my authenticator. And then it'll work. But it only works once. If I immediately log out and do that again, chickens 714-705, we have already used that because it's one-time password doesn't work again. So we have to actually wait until the code rotates. So it just did to a different code, and now it will work again. But let's say I completely forgot I lost my authenticator, right? So not to worry. I have kept my backup codes in a safe place. So I just do chickens, show more options, and then I can go to one of these and use one of these codes now. And that gets me back in. And since I lost my authenticator, I can go ahead and hit disable. Yeah, this is one problem. It's continuing to show that. That's a bug, right? We should probably, when do we want to drop them? I need to think about that. When right now, it shouldn't show that. It's just because it's cached in a redux state. Actually, if I reload, it won't show that again, right? It's the fact that I didn't reload. So log out, log in. I can't. So if I tried to use that code again, it won't work because we already used it once. So I have to use like the next code on my list now. And then disable my authenticator because I lost it, presumably. No different form for codes. That was on the list. It's more work for me. So the idea was to perhaps allow a second login step, separate the password from the OTP if the user wants. It's more work for me, and potentially I thought it might be less secure, because if you ever get to that second screen asking for your code, it means that they guessed your password. Alternately, we would always show the enter your authentication code, even if you entered the wrong password. And then you wouldn't really know, is your password bad or your authenticator bad? Right? So I'm kind of on the fence about whether we should do it. And they will never guess the codes. So, but if it gets to that screen, we would be telling an attacker that, yes, they know what the password is, right? I don't know. What do you guys think? If I were to show in 2 steps, would we always show step 2, even if the password's wrong, or do we only show step 2 if the password's right? Like, what does Steam do if you enter the wrong password? Does it even challenge you to enter a code, or does it say, no, the password's wrong? Hey there, Ramy. Wowee. Password is wrong. So, if the attacker guessed your password, they would know it because they get to the enter the code screen, right? Is that okay? Because it seems to me like that's giving away information to an attacker that we wouldn't want them to have. But maybe I'm just being foolish. I don't know. Okay, see you, Ramy. Good night, Ramy. Definitely a camp of always showing step 2. And hey there, Fwiller. So even if the password's bad, just always show step 2. And then even if they like stole your authenticator, it would just say bad password or something. Be nice if you could check their IP and see if it's used before for that account, and if not, send them an email for suspicious login. Problem with that is some people's IP address changes all the time. And also, I don't require emails right now. So when you make a new account, the email address is optional. That is, if I made email addresses required, there's another slew of extra security measures I could do. I could make it so that you have to have your email address validated. Like I send you a code and you have to enter that to validate your email. And then, like you said, we could send an email whenever you log in from a different IP address or something. But then again, that might get annoying, right? So I don't know. Perhaps having it displayed like you do with backup codes. Yeah, I don't know. This still works, right? 787866869. Yeah, okay. Dropbox does that for every new login. Yeah, I gotta think about that more. So, I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now. Only I need to pretty up the UI. I think I want to combine a lot of things from settings and profile together. I think profile, I want to rename that to like, or I want to like get rid of profile and I want to move some of it to character and some of it to settings. Like this avatar selection, I think we should move to character. And maybe even chat tabs? I'm not sure. No. I think all of this stuff should move into the settings. Along with changing the password and downloading your data. Yeah. Do I want to do that now or later? I'll do it later. I think I'm going to change this a little bit. So when the authenticator is enabled, I think we just want to show we want to show authenticator status. So I already had something in there in the panel for that. Let me check something. Yeah, okay, everything is checked in. Right. So let's make that a React fragment like that, so that I can add more stuff to this. So I can say authenticator, and then actually I need to do that then, right? I can combine the two. Well, no, I'm on the. Sorry, I'm sorry that I'm babbling a little bit. I guess I'm getting tired. If TOTP type authenticator is enabled, we should show the string enabled. And I want to do it with a special color. Like, did I have a highlight color? Something was using green, right? Player label, what is it? Maybe it wasn't player label. Let's look for green in CSS files. Hmm. Where did I use it? I thought I used it in tickets, didn't I? Oh, I used it for names. Okay. Is that the only thing? No, I used it here too. Where did I use that? Where did I do that? Wait a minute. That's none of these. So, hold on. That would be under ticket, right? I may be using a... No, I'm not using a variable. So how am I making that green? Ah, I'm looking at the wrong thing again. My thoughts about Vim? I have a really good friend of mine who loves Vim. I think it's great if you enjoy it. You can be really fast at it. I never really got into it that much. I know just enough of VI Vim to make to do what I need to do, but I don't feel comfortable in it. Where was it? It's below the state buttons. History? No, it's not the history rows. Is it this one? The keys values? Hmm. Oh, standout label color. There we go. That's what it was. I knew it was there somewhere. Right, and it's not green, it's a special code. Okay, so if I want to use that same color in here, settings, I guess I would use span, right? Span class name equals, I don't know, stand out. enabled. Let's put that back into the index CSS because I might use that elsewhere. Where am I? Here. Oh, I already have it. Standout text. I'm stupid. Standout text. And yeah, that needs to be a React fragment to do it that way. Okay. Okay, it's going to be different depending on this, right? So let me pull that up there. Do it this way. Let's make the button separate. The button text will be... Okay, I want a button irregardless, so... And I want some text here too. So I kind of want like that. Actually, I don't need that. Okay, the button part is going back in here. I just need to give this some variable name. So get auth secret text. And then that. And then const that equals that. And this is disabled. Okay, I like that. Enabled. And then I have this regenerate in there. I'm not sure if I... Oh, I know why I need that. Actually, no, why do I need that? I don't know. What do you guys think? Do I need to have like a generate a new token? Because I don't see why not to let them do that. And just until... because it's just going to be random. Are React fragments new? They've been around for a while. What I didn't know for a long time is you can use the shorthand syntax rather than doing react.fragment. But it's just a way to take when you have multiple values, like, you know, like 2 elements, and make it work in JSX where, in the context of where 1 element is needed. And if like I don't do that, it'll complain saying, well, it can only have 1 parent element, right? So if you that just, it's a placeholder that drops away and doesn't go into the DOM. I think it's been there for a while, but I don't know about the shorthand syntax. Someone told me about the shorthand syntax, and I was like, oh, wow, that's cool. I like that. I need to remove my old authenticator because I already disabled it. And then add this new one. Actually, let me try the QR code entry because I've never tested this. CD7P5BR YY4HPED6H. Okay. Oh, right, because there's no account. All right. 600886. It worked. All right. I think what I'll do is in this section here, we'll print out that you're okay. So yeah, I'll print out the extra information I wanted to see there. Uh, I guess as another div? No, a div inside of here. This should be its own div though. Uh, unfortunately, this is not going to see it unless I hack it. So let me hack it just to test this out. Right, so I can put some text up here. What do I want to say? Your authenticator has been validated and will be required on. Are the QR codes unique? Yeah, they're just showing the same information, that's secret code, but with a little bit of extra metadata associated with it, and it's just for easy import into like Authy or Google Authenticator. Should you be able to regenerate OTP codes, perhaps you have to use the authenticator again to do it. The backup codes? I think we settled on we'll only generate new codes every time you make a new authenticator soft token. So if you forgot your backup codes and you wanted them again, you would just disable and then re-enable your authenticator and you know, revalidate it to get new backup codes. That was the consensus, I think, was that it was more secure that way. Your authenticator has been validated and will be required on subsequent logins. When logging in, from now on, when logging in, append the code displayed by your authenticator onto the end of your password. Thank you for that follow, by the way. So I know this might be unpopular, but I'm going to have that for now just because it's easier for me. And if I got to get a lot of pushback, then I'll do the... I'll probably just support both, where if you enter a password and we detect that it doesn't end in a 6-digit code, that will just prompt for the code. You didn't put that text in an element. Does it need to be? It's inside of a div by itself, right? I think it's... I mean, it should still work, right? Yeah. I suppose if we wanted to be cool, we could put into a paragraph. I think it's valid HTML, but I think that's more correct, right? To put into a paragraph. I thought about doing a paragraph anyway because I do want to have another paragraph here. In case you lose your authenticator, backup codes have been generated for you, which you can use, which you can enter during login. Just occurred to me, I should probably, I don't know if I should, the way I did the login prompt is the best way. Viruses try to fix DOM, which can occasionally be bad. I don't want it to be bad, so this is probably the better, right? Like, is that bad to put text directly into a div like that? In case you lose your authenticator, backup codes have been generated for you, which you can enter during login during login. See how that looks. The authenticator has been validated and will be required on subsequent logins from now on. When logging in, append the code displayed by authenticator onto the end of your password. In case you lose your authenticator, backup codes have been generated for you, which you can enter backup one time only codes have been generated for you. But we'll say backup codes have been generated for you, which each of which can be used once to log in. I don't know. I'm not the best at phrasing English. Each of which may only be used once. May only be used once. I like that better. The Discord also has a different screen for 2FA authentication. Okay. Well, I do have some extra time. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't. I only have 10 minutes. I'll make that as an exercise to do later. I want to get this out and get it into the production server. So I think for the last 10 minutes, I want to solve this case where these backup codes keep showing up even after you... I guess what we do is on logout, we should just clear them, right? And we should also clear them if you change the panel that you're on, probably. It does clear them if I hit disable, right? Yeah. So what would be the panel change? Let me think about this. It's been a while since I did this part of the code. I think it's here. And it's one of these variables. Selected, no, not that one. Active panel, that's what it is. Active panel, so where is that changed? What if a user has a password that contains 6 numbers at the end? I mean, it'll still work. They're still expected to after their password to have 6 more numbers, and it just takes the last 6 numbers off, and then takes the remainder to compute the hash. So right now it doesn't care what's before the 6 numbers. It could be 6 more numbers. It doesn't matter. I think it should be fine. It might just be a little confusing to the user that they have to add digits on, which is why I'm kind of leaning towards like what you guys are saying, to make a second prompt for it. Yeah. Well, I mean, we know whether or not their authenticator is on or off, so we know whether or not there should be 6 extra numbers at the end, right? So if they enter the wrong thing one way or another, it'll be wrong. It won't match, and they won't be able to log in. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I suppose too. You know what that means is neither one of us really knows for sure, which makes me a little a little nervous about it. Which it just means that it's probably better to have a second prompt and keep them completely separate, right? Yeah. Hold on, what is this? Oh, this is for interact. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so here is where I would want to clear it. Backup OTPs. So we clear it if they change this selected panel. So now it should automatically be gone. And then the other way would be if, actually, that might be all I need to do, right? Because when you log out and log in, it doesn't show that panel by default anyway. I don't have my authenticator enabled anyway. Yeah. But well, just in case, I should probably also unlog out. What would that be? Changing the activity? It's been a while since I modified. Is it index? Or was it stage? Stage, right? Right. Okay, so it's current activity where that's changed. Oh, that's from a different part of the state. Hmm. Okay, well we can catch that action actually. Over back here. What's that called? Login complete? Yeah, so I can just also reflect it, or also interpret it here. To just clear the backup OTPs. So the next time you log back in, you don't see them again. Or it flushes out the cache. Okay. So then I can remove the hack and try this one more time. So, again, drop the authenticator and then add, enable, scan, done. I should fix the spacing there, shouldn't I? I think you should enter your allowed. Do you think you should enter your allowed to change the settings? Let's do the code thing. I'll have to clean up the spacing later. There are a lot of places in the front end code where like the spacing is just horrible. You think you should enter your password for you're allowed to change settings? Oh, I do that for setting the password. But for authenticator, I don't know. What do you guys think? Did you implement the QR codes by hand? No. I found this online. Where is it? QR code.react. So just Google search that, you'll find it. It's pretty nifty. It's this easy. You just put the auth secret in that, and all I really need to tinker with was make it a little bit bigger, and then I also, because I had dark mode, I had trouble until I added a white border around it. Where does that show up? How come it's not showing where I am? There we go. I had to put a white border around it. Yeah, so I didn't do it. Thank whoever made that. And this is the wrong token now. Oh, I should clean this up actually. So I'm not gonna scan it. Let me well, okay. I'll get to the screen in a little bit. Validate. Okay, so it should go away if I go do that. Okay, good. All right. So then let me just should I say something here like you should enable like yeah, let's put some blurb of text in there. Where should I put it? Maybe underneath? Disabled text red? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Where is that found? I guess I can do standard text and then overwrite it with something else, right? Not so obnoxious red. That's funny. Not so obnoxious red. So how about I've been meaning to do this anyway. Well, what if we have I had warning, right? What if I do error? Well, what would it look like with warning color? That didn't work. Why didn't that work? It's being overridden by something. Oh, it has. Is it the order? So I have to put that in front? Or do I need to make it mark as important? Standout text is higher. It's higher Y. So I guess I changed the order of the CSS and didn't make any difference. That's weird. I thought it depended on which one's first. Oh, it's the declaration order in the CSS, isn't it? So I should put this at the bottom. Or raise its importance, right? Hmm. Like that would fix it, right? Yeah. So I could change that to not so obnoxious red. Is that what I want? I think the other place I use it is here, where if we're masked. Let's see what that looks like. It'll show it in there. So what if this was var not so obnoxious red? Well, that's interesting. Am I not using that here? Mask notice. What? Huh. So where did I use warning then? Ew. Okay, so that was like back, where is this? Right, so if I'm not logged in, um, logged out and then log in, forgot my password. Bob@example.com. Oh, and wait a minute, hold on. I need to disable, so I need to suspend the mail queue. Right, and then log in. Wait a minute, how come it's not showing it? Tomorrow and yesterday? Yeah, I don't have commands for that. Oh, this has to refresh first. And actually, I just realized something. This won't affect the client because changes here aren't shown. Yeah. So even if I turn those off and I reload this, it still will show. Okay, yeah, I can't test that. All right. Anyway, I think I do want warning to be red, or not so obnoxious red. Where else did I use warning? So only there? Okay, so that's fine. It's just it is what it is. So it works without the captcha if it's a test captcha. Yeah, test captchas aren't. Google always says, yeah, it works, even if it's wrong. Only if it's a real key and all that stuff will it actually do the right thing. So when it's a test key or whatever, it always says it passes. Yeah, I wanted some extra text there, right? I'm also out of time. If I make a div, that would work, right? Or a paragraph. Class name. Oops. We should log in. Let's have it stand out text, but not a warning. And we'll say enabling an authenticator improves the security of your account and is highly recommended. Let's just say something like that. And there was another color, right? I guess it's yellow. Or where was it? Goldenrod or something? No, I can't find it. Getting tired, I think. I don't want it to be green. I want it to be yellow, and that yellow was used on... It's what warning used to be. Oh, right, we moved warning from back here. It was color yellow. I think I'm gonna have two classes. So, in fact, I'm going to make a variable for it. Let's make warning color yellow and another word. Another word. Time. I don't have a time command. There's uptime. And I think isn't stream element supposed to respond to that? Yeah, it just took it a while. Warning color. What other color? Like strong warning color. How about alert color? And then not so obnoxious red. And then warning, and then I'll just have warning color. Alert color. Because because I wanted to use the reddish color for like a stronger thing, like this alert, and this is warning. That's sort of what I'm trying to get at here. Yeah. I want this to like look like it's a problem, and this underneath it is sort of trying to get you to click that button, right? Okay, now I wanted to show some extra text here, like maybe above the QR code. Yeah, right here. Oh yeah, with the little warning symbol. The QR code too large? Maybe it is. I don't know. What do you guys think? I can make it. This was only to test it out. Maybe I can try half that size. To complete the activation of your authenticator, please. Why did it capitalize that? Please scan the QR code below or enter the secret key. Span secret key. I want this to be like standout text. Or do I just want it to not have the margin? And well, no, we'll bold it. To complete the activation of your authenticator, please scan the QR code below or enter the secret key shown below into your authenticator app. Google authenticator, Authy, etc. And then enter the code shown in your... Look, let's make that another paragraph. Let's say to continue the activation of your authenticator, once your authenticator... Oh, thank you for that follow. Once your authenticator... What's the language here? Once your authenticator begins showing codes, enter one of them into the box below to validate the authenticator. Span class name equals warning. Your authenticator is not... Oh, thank you for those bits. Oh my goodness. Cthulhu, you didn't have to do that. I appreciate it though. Your authenticator is not fully activated until you validate it this way. Let's see what that looks like. And I already killed this authenticator, so I need to go delete it. To continue the activation of the authenticator, please scan the QR code below or enter the secret key shown below into your authenticator app. Google Authenticator Authenticator. Once your authenticator begins showing codes, enter one of them into the box below to validate your authenticator. Your authenticator is not fully activated until you validate it this way. I don't like the verbs I used. And this, I should put it in bold too, right? So one of these for this. I like those emotes. But you forgot one, Cthulhu. You forgot the one from yesterday. Do you remember? I I do think clicking enable or disable should require the password, like some others have said earlier. You think so? You don't remember the emote? You got to use it instead of PogChamp, because it's better than PogChamp. This language isn't quite right. Let's make this its own paragraph, actually. P. Not fully activated until you enter a matching code. Maybe you'll need to increase the line height. The text looks squashed. Maybe. Enter a code from your authenticator to validate it. Feel like the authenticator is a form of a password? It's supposed to be something that you have, not something that you know. That's the goal. I mean, it's a little weakened by the fact that there has to be this exchange, right? But yeah, tad larger font. Maybe. This probably I'll end up putting in its own dialogue anyway. Now that I think about it, because especially if we want to have to enter the password to verify it. So like, actually, what does it do when I go? Yeah, so that can continue. Yeah, so like for change password, it does put up a dialog box where you have to know the old password, right? I keep forgetting this, but I need to have it like enter it twice, like re-enter password. So what I'll probably end up doing is taking this stuff that I'm doing here and wrapping it up into a dialogue, and then in that dialogue not even show anything until you enter your old password or something, right? That would require a backend change too, right? I guess we could just have like this is actually there's no way to clear this without reloading, is there? Like what if they change their mind? I guess reloading. How would we do that? Would we have them enter it and then press enable authenticator, or pressing this maybe it would challenge them to enter their password to continue? And then once they do, then it would show this. Yeah, so like a challenge dialog box is saying, please enter your password to continue. Yeah. For example, going to Google accounts and going to the two-factor page, it prompts to verify it's you. Yeah, so something like that. I guess we can do that. Although it's really hard to get to the screen without knowing your password to begin with, because it's a WebSocket connection from your client. I don't know, does that change things, knowing that this entire session is over a WebSocket, that you can't even get into this state without knowing the password to begin with? The only thing it would really protect you from is if you walked away from your computer and someone came in and said, "Ah ha ha, I'm going to lock him out of his account by setting up an authenticator and not giving it to him." Okay. For me, it would save the credential, I guess, in the server end of the WebSocket connection, saying that they've validated a second time and they're allowed to make one change to their authenticator or something like that. Continue activation. Okay. And then if I enter a bogus code, what does it do? Oh, that's bad. So I need to clean that up. That should be in its own div, right? Yeah. Instead of a span, we'll make it a paragraph. And it's centering it for some reason. Oh, because they have dialogue error. That should be alert. And then I need to have it interpret it, right? So where did I do that kind of interpretation? You think you should be able to toggle a 2FA menu if you changed your mind and don't want to continue? Yeah. So I can do that all client side anyway. So maybe make another button out here. I guess it would go here, wouldn't it? Cancel authenticator. Cancel authenticator in workflow? I don't know. Okay. Button, yes, button. I'm slightly distracted by noise near me. Yep, you got all the PogChamp collection, Cthulhu. Everyone's Monday going? Okay, I'm getting tired. I'm near the end of my stream right now. You wouldn't worry about it right away though, perhaps just add as an enhancement later. Yeah? Probably, yeah. Okay, so this should be, actually, what is, this might actually do what I want already. What does that do? No, it doesn't do the right thing. I should just have another action. I'll just say on cancel. I'll just do say on cancel. Cancel. Make that another prop. But we can shortcut the process a bit. There's a way to just set the auth secret, right? Set auth secret. No, I don't remember. What was it? It was in the session reducer. Auth, the thing that sets the auth secret. Just reflect auth secret, I guess. Yeah. Reflect auth secret. Just forgetting the auth secret gets you back to there. So auth secret empty string. Cancel. There we go. Let's try this out one more time. Actually, try it out with this size. This is probably a good idea. That works well enough. Don't think it needs to be super big. Cool, we got our codes, and then if we come back here, it's just enabled. And I just disabled it. Yes, I need to go delete this one I just made. Delete. All right. I think I'm going to call it for the day, and you'll get something to eat. Might work on this a little bit, like polishing up a little bit more, but essentially it's done, and I can probably just roll this out into production now. Oh, except for the error code. I'll clean that up. I'll do that later. Okay, so this is mostly cleanup. So cleanup of authenticator workflow. Add cancel button. Hide backup codes on next login or panel switch. And then show more instructions during authenticator validation. Ship it, fix in production, fix it later. No, I'll fix it later in test. And then when I'm happy with it, put it in production. And then again, production, it's still a work in progress, right? So it's really, I consider it either an alpha or a beta. Whoever wants to log into my game is sort of seeing it in a early access / beta situation, right? Did you trademark a Toulouse fix it later? I think he owns the trademark on that. I'm tired. I can't think of any witty retorts. Cool. All right. I'm just going to leave it there, and I'll figure out what I'm working on tomorrow. I'm going to try to get back into working on the actual game stuff, either the mechanics or the content. Probably the mechanics. Actually, you know what I need to do is I need to finish the Fog of War stuff and the lighting. I'll probably work on that next. I need to update my stream panels below too, because I'm out of whack in the schedule right now. Like, I'm not really following what those are saying, so I need to figure that out again. Or maybe just go back to working on whatever I want for a while until I get back into a groove. It's not July. Does it say July? I can't look at my stream panels right now. Are the dates completely old? Oh, I'm using the extension that doesn't auto-update the date, right? So it's got like date, like from several weeks ago dates. I'll have to fix that too. All right, anyway, I'll leave this screen up so you can marvel at my QR code stuff while I go pick someone else to raid. Yeah, well, you know, not a professional streamer. I like to say I'm a professional developer, but I'm not a professional streamer. How about we raid Zeratar? He's got a pretty cool game that he's working on. Like a Twitch integrated game where you, I don't know what you call it. It's like getting Twitch chat like involved in a shared on-screen, on-stream experience. So right now I'm looking at an ad, but I will be rating Zeratar in a moment after the ad's done. That's funny. He shows up at the list like without me typing anything. It's like Twitch wants me to rate him. Okay, I'm gonna hit the button. I hit the button. It's official. We're gonna raid Zeratar. So anyway, I hope you guys have an awesome rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care now. Bye.